welcome, good morning. How you're feeling? Tired? I know it's Sunday, but come on. Let's try that again. How are you feeling? Marginally better, but I'll take it. Anyway, good morning. My name is Callum, and I am with FSElite, and it is my privilege to welcome you all this morning to the FSElite Theatre here at FlyTSim in Lillestad. Yesterday, we had an amazing day full of sessions. We had amazing exhibitors out on the floor, all showing off new hardware, software, and also our community networks such as FSWeekend and IVEO, all really coming together for an amazing day yesterday. And today, we have very much the same. Here in the FSElite Theatre, the whole purpose of this is to allow our development community, our hardware makers, and also our partners as well, to showcase products that are brand new, or maybe updated, or just to give you a little bit more information about them. This session today, this is our whiskey session, so thank you for those of you who booked tickets to come today, and for those of you who just were curious and walked in, we're very thankful for you being here. Of course, FSWeekend couldn't be possible without the support of all of our sponsors and also our partners. A huge shout out to SayIntentions, who have been an amazing supporter of FSWeekend this year, and also to the people at OnAir who are making that an online opportunity possible as well. So for those of you watching at home, please do thank OnAir, because without them, none of this would be possible today. So as I mentioned, my name is Callum from the FSElite team, and part of our role is to really provide the latest news, reviews, and more to the community, and which is why we're hosting the stage this year as well. So as you walked in, you may have been given a little card. This card right here, if you fill out the details, again, one from our partner, Flight Panels, they're giving you an opportunity to win a Stream Deck XL. All you need to do is fill out the details, and then we're going to announce a winner in just a couple of hours' time. But in addition to that, there are a couple of envelopes currently underneath your seats. So have a quick check just to see if you've got a yellow envelope underneath you, or even to a seat just beside you. If you do, hold it up for me. So I got a winner over there, and a winner over there. So congratulations, thanks to Flight Panels, you've just won yourself a couple of free gifts from their store. So feel free to open them up and download them. So congratulations. So that's it from me in terms of giveaways and stuff, but just a few housekeeping things for the people in the room. So once we have finished today's session, you're going to make your way down the stairs, and then you're going to make your way out to the left-hand side. Just to set your expectations for what's going to happen today, we've got Honeycomb first, followed by a video, and then we've also got FliteSim.com taking place momentarily after. This session will take about 40 to 45 minutes, and we ask that you stay here for the entire duration, and I promise there's going to be lots of reasons to stay. If you do need to leave, please just exit through the way I just said there. That's it from me. So without further ado, it is my privilege to welcome Honeycomb to the stage, and they're going to talk to you about what they've got planned for the future. So please put your hands together for Honeycomb Aeronautical.
Good morning, Lillestad. Good morning, Sim community.
Good morning.
A warm welcome to everybody here in the theatre, and a warm welcome to everybody in front of the monitors at home. I'm Michael from Honeycomb Aeronautical. I'm responsible for global sales and marketing, and I brought with me Mark.
Hi there, I'm Mark. I run product development in our office and team in Hong Kong.
So, Honeycomb Aeronautical 2025. We're going to show you today what we brought with us and what you can fly with and play with over in the hall. And I'm going to call to action after this show all our products live, and we're going to present it to you in the next 20 minutes here on stage. So welcome, have fun at the whiskey tasting session. Did I say whiskey tasting? I'm sorry. No tasting, no more whiskey tasting at Honeycomb. It's the whiskey session, and we're going to show you the products that are live playable here. right, Honeycomb, come fly with us. So what you've seen so far is our renowned ABC cockpit. I'm saying renowned, it is the only cockpit, the Alpha, Bravo, and the Charlie, that has got a PC Pilot award, Platinum Award. We're very proud of that. And I know that a lot of you guys out there know the quality of the products, and I do not have to go into the details here. The Charlie rudder pedals being our latest addition. We launched that last year, end of last year. We're very proud of our major launch, completed our ABC cockpit. It has been a long time coming. We know that there have been issues, but it is here, it's on the market. It's award-winning, and it's been received excellently by the community. Right, you're saying, Michael, what else? What is next on the list for Honeycomb? Right. 2 new products tailored for different flying styles. We are innovative technology and outstanding value and the same honeycomb quality that we're known for. Introducing to you introducing to you the Sierra TPM module. Mark, do you want to talk to the module?
Sure. When we were looking about to extend our product range with new product, we were looking at what's available at the market. And, well, it has been obvious that a proper general aviation TPM module is not available. There's some high-end options that are really, really pricey. But we wanted to bring this very important part of flying into a segment which everybody can enjoy, everybody can afford, without compromising on the quality. So the throttle, mixture, and propeller levels work exactly like doing in a real plane. So you push the button to move them back and forth, and you also have a fine adjustment by turning the knobs. Yeah, so technically you can try it. It has been received very well. Everybody's very, very impressed with them. And they just continue our product history and what we are known for.
So realism, right? Realism is what this is about. So here we go. We also extended the TPM module. We included not just the metal veneers, the knobs being realistic, but we also got a parking brake in here, which has been so much more highly requested feature by the community. Landing gear levers with LED indicators, also here. It's for immersive takeoff and landing, so realism is really what we stand for. It's built for precision. It's the realism. That's what the TPM module will give you when you fly with your general aviation and your propeller engine. So to sum it up, the Sierra TPM module.
It's great. I love it.
Metal TPM veneers, low profile trim wheel. We've got a parking brake, we've got landing gear levers, we've got the honeycomb build quality. That's what you get. Come over, touch and feel it, and fly with it. What else? I mentioned we got 2 new flagship products coming in 2025. So I want to also introduce to you guys and girls the Foxtrot Aviation Stick. Now, the Foxtrot Aviation Stick is a flying stick controlled for aircraft with linear resistance system. Mark, do you want to give us a bit of an update on that?
Sure. I mean, if you look at flight sticks, the main issue that a lot of sticks out there have is that there's a really, really noticeable detent at the center, and that the sensitivity at the center is really not that precise. There's a lot of dead zone with a lot of sticks. There is, of course, great sticks out there. Most of them, though, are really, really expensive. So our goal was to bring the precision and the feeling of a proper Airbus stick into a price segment that everybody can afford. So we completely got rid of the center detent by using a completely new developed mechanic gimbal inside. And we also have a tension system where you can adjust the tension of the horizontal and vertical axis independently.
So it's a solution, right?
It's a solution.
Fantastic. Again, just like with the Sierra TPM module, the Foxtrot Aviation Stick is flyable over at the hall. You can touch and feel and fly with it. Please do come over afterwards.
You can adjust their small holes on the bottom of the case, and you can use the Allen key to adjust the tension on your will, at will.
So we're providing an Allen key?
Yeah, it's included.
Oh, that's nice.
Of course, we use the highest end sensors to make sure that you have absolute precision, especially in the very important center zone of the stick.
So 16-bit resolution and
Yes.
Hall effects, right? We've got 5 two-way switches and 4 programmable action buttons. You can see them on the top left. We're including a 3-way switch on the top, a 4-way switch with rotary encoder, and another 5-way with a rotary encoder on the right side. To sum it up,
Yeah, we have the linear resistance system. We have customizable tension adjustment for push, pull, roll, and twist. The design is ambidextrous. You can use it either captain's or first officer stick. Of course, quality of the materials and the components used as all Honeycomb products, and is compatible with PC and Mac.
good. Now, not every pilot starts off with a full set, right? A full cockpit. You've just seen 2 of our flagship products that are going to come in 2025. We have 2 more products that we will be launching yet still in 2025. As some of you are just beginning to get into the simming, the flight simming, we want to provide you a solution to give you an easy entry. Introducing to you Honeycomb Lite. It's less complexity, it has the same quality, and it's streamlined, as you can see, for entry-level simmers. So introducing to you the Alpha Flight Controls Lite. Mark, what can you say about that little beauty?
Well, it has everything everybody loved about the Alpha flight controls. So we use the same mechanics, the same 180 degrees rotation for the aileron axis. We have some switches on the handles, POV switch, a two-way rocker switch, 180 degrees rotation. And so we cut down on the features. So we don't have the light switches, we don't have the ignition. But the mechanics inside, the quality, the build is the same as our loved and beloved Alpha.
So you can really say this is for the early entry simming community and early entry simming fans, right?
Yeah, it's easy to set up and you can just go and fly.
Fantastic. But that's not the only one we have. Also introducing to you the Bravo throttle quadrant light. Now, what have we got to say about that one, Mark?
Well, we basically took the same basic approach. So we cut down some of the features. We took away the autopilot panel. We took away the switch panel and the annunciator panel, and reduced the access, the available access from 6 to 4. But also here we use the same quality internal material, and we also upgraded a little bit by including a system where you can actually, that's very fast. So where you can actually exchange the detent inlays for the flap setting. A feature that can be bought extra for the original Bravo, but here it's included. And we also remedied one oversight that we had with the original Bravo. We included a parking brake.
Whoa, now that is big for the community, right?
Well, it was big for me.
Right, so to sum it up, we're focusing on the essential controls with the Bravo light, right?
Exactly.
You've got 4 exchangeable levers with adjustable tension.
Yes.
Changeable flap detent inlays.
Exactly.
The parking brake integrated trim wheel.
Yep.
Wow.
Check.
Wow. Landing gear lever and LED indicator.
Check.
This is getting better by the minute. It has the Honeycomb build quality.
It has.
And it is compatible to Mac and PC.
Yes, and one thing we did that you forgot to mention in the presentation.
What did we mention?
We increased the size of the levers for the Boeing.
Oh, we increased the size of the levers. Did you hear that? We forgot about all that. Thanks, Mark.
You're welcome.
So, today's additions, all 4 new products are flyable, playable, across the hall, across the theater. come over to us and see us. You can touch them, you can fly with them. They're ready. We're going to launch them in 2025.
In time for Christmas.
In time for Christmas.
Thank you.
Last but not least, our call to action. Again, please, after the session, come across, touch and feel and fly with us. I also want to extend my thank you to the FSWeekend team for hosting. It's been an amazing, thank you guys, an amazing show for us. It is for us the integral European show. This is the platform where we, as Honeycomb Aeronautical, will want to be. We want to show and extend our products to our community. Thank you to the FSElite team, great guys, for giving us the platform here to speak to everybody, to speak to you here in the theater and at home in front of your PC. Thank you. Over to you, Callum.
Thank you.
Well, we hope you very much enjoyed that presentation from Honeycomb Aeronautical today. And this is exactly why we have the FSElite Theatre here at FS Weekend, is to enable people like these guys to come up on stage and present not just one, not two, but kind of a bunch of new products like we saw yesterday as well as today. So next up, we have OnAir, which is one of our special partners, as I mentioned earlier. They were able to provide sponsorship in order to allow our people at home to still see these presentations if they weren't able to come all the way to Lillestad this weekend. So it is my privilege and pleasure once again to say hello to OnAir and welcome them with this fantastic video they've put together about their upcoming product updates. Thank you.
The Freelance Dashboard, designed to simplify flying for new players, it lets you focus on flying without the need to manage your company. Let's start with freelance charters. After clicking Browse Logistics Center, you'll see various mission types available, including cargo and PAX charter, rescue, sightseeing, medical, free flight, and return to base. For this example, we'll choose a cargo and PAX charter. After selecting it, we pick a mission and choose a two-leg flight. Back on the freelance dashboard, we see the summary of our mission, showing details like pay, cargo weight, and passenger count. When we're ready, we click Start to begin the mission. After completing the first leg, we see that leg 2 is now ready, giving us a clear path to complete our journey. Next, let's explore regular routes. You can fly routes for airlines to earn experience and advance your career. We click Apply for a route, select the airline we want to fly for, choose a route, and confirm. Back on the freelance dashboard, our chosen route appears under regular routes. Here we can see details about our next flight, along with our current rank within the airline. Finally, let's look at virtual airlines, which allow you to collaborate with other players in a shared airline. I've already joined a virtual airline, so I can view my assigned flights. Here, I have multiple missions assigned to me by my VA, and I can choose which one to start with all relevant details displayed. On the left side of the panel, we can track our stats and progress within our current virtual airline, giving us insights into our contributions and standing. Ready to step up to advanced management? Unlocking this mode gives you full control over your airline, along with double the credits you earned as a freelance pilot to help you get started. Now, let's move on to airport ownership. The main goal of owning an airport in OnAir Airline Manager is to increase traffic through arrivals and departures at your airport to earn rewards. The more traffic your airport generates, the more credits you'll earn. Let's see how you can take ownership of Stornoway Airport. First, go to the airport database and search for Stornoway Airport. Next, click on the Take Ownership button. To take ownership, you will need to provide 10 airport ownership kits. You can either buy these kits in the trading hall or manufacture them. After taking ownership, you can enhance your airport's performance by selecting different boosts that benefit all players using your airport. In this example, we're applying a Level 3 Logistics Center boost, which gives plus 10% bonus credits for jobs departing from or arriving at the airport. We're also adding a level 2 XP boost for plus 20% bonus XP on flights, and a level 3 industry boost, increasing factory efficiency by 30%. In the Properties tab, add a description and upload a photo to personalize your airport. Both will appear on the leaderboard, which we'll see next. You can also set the landing and parking fees for incoming traffic. At the bottom of the screen, you'll see an overview of your current traffic and credits earned. Since the airport is newly owned, there isn't much traffic yet. Now, let's see our airport on the leaderboard. Head over to Airports Managed by Companies. Here, you can view the complete list of all owned airports. By clicking on the Leaderboard tab, you can find your airport, along with its description and photo. Notice the bars around Stornoway Airport, representing the different boosts we've applied and their levels. After 1 week, let's take a look at the traffic we've generated and how many credits we've earned at eGPO. Now, let's continue with work orders. If you're managing a lot of AI-piloted flights, it can become overwhelming to micromanage every leg. Constantly preparing and dispatching individual flights takes up valuable time and energy. In OnAir, work orders allow you to schedule multiple legs, loading and unloading cargo or passengers along the way, keeping your employees and aircraft working even when you're not there. Let's set up a work order together with 3 legs to see how it's done. Select the aircraft you want to assign, followed by the pilot who will be flying. Go to the Legs tab. For the first leg, simply fill in the payload or passengers to load. The fuel will adjust automatically based on the destination. Next, click Add a leg to create the second leg and set up the next flight with the required payload or passengers. Now, add a third leg by selecting the final airport, making a complete loop for your work order. Go to the Map tab to check your route. Then click Activate. You'll see the work order appear in the list, marked as In Progress. From here, you can let your AI pilot take care of the rest while you monitor their progress from the live operation map. Work orders offer a smart way to manage multiple AI flights with ease. You can set up and control several work orders, each with multiple legs, ensuring your aircraft and AI pilots stay productive without the need for constant supervision. By using work orders, you save time, boost efficiency, and keep your operations running smoothly, even when you're not around. Embrace automation and let your AI pilots take care of the rest. Next, let's dive into industry. Industries in OnAir operate on a supply and demand system. You can buy goods at one airport and sell them at another to earn profit. To do this, you tender for specific quantities and deliver before the expiration date. However, some goods like raw meat and pelts can only be produced by player-owned factories. Here are some examples of available industries, as shown in the OnAir encyclopedia. Let's create our first factory. Go to the Factory menu and select Create New Factory. Name your factory, choose an airport for its location, and select a category, in this case, Wilderness. Then, click Create Factory. Next, choose the fish smoker machine and place it in your factory. Add an input container. Link it to the machine's input. Then, add an output container for the final product. To construct the fish smoker, we need 1 builder, 3 units of lumber, and 1 steel bar. Purchase these from the trading hall and transport them to your factory location. Click Build to start construction. The fish smoker will take some time to complete. After construction, hire a worker to operate the machine. Next, purchase fish from the trading hall and transport it to your factory to begin production. Now that we've created our first factory, let's take it a step further. To supply our factory with fish, we'll set up a base camp. Purchase one from the trading hall. Load it onto an aircraft and fly to an ideal location near water. Once you've landed, click on the Deploy Basecamp button. Enter a name for your base camp, and then go to the Scenery tab to place it in your chosen spot. Add terrain markers to prepare for building a fishing camp. Then click Save. Now, we can create a fishing camp on this base camp. Go to the Factories tab, click Create Factory, and select Wilderness. This will enable a continuous, self-sustained supply of fish to our main factory. Now we'll set up this factory just like we did with the first one, but this time we'll build a fishing camp. To connect our fishing camp to the main factory, go to the output settings of the item. Select output mode as truck boat transport and set our main factory as the destination. Here is our fishing camp placed in the simulator, ready to supply fish to our main factory. Connecting facilities like the fish smoker and fishing camp creates a seamless supply chain, boosting production and efficiency. Finally, let's look at flight score. Managing flight operations varies across different types of aircraft. In OnAir, our flight score system helps you measure and improve your skills, whether you're flying a general aviation plane or an airliner. We'll follow OnAir's checklist for lighting and other procedures to score high on every flight step. Flight scores evaluate everything from your takeoff to landing, giving real-time feedback on each step of the flight. It's a great way to see where you excel and where you can improve. OnAir gives you the freedom to choose whether you love flying airliners on busy routes or exploring remote locations with bush planes. There's something for you.
Well, thank you, OnAir, for showcasing that 10-minute video for us, really going into the detail about what OnAir can actually do for us as flight simmers. Me personally, I've always enjoyed finding different ways to fly and giving myself reasons to actually load up the sim far beyond than just the typical A to B flights. And something like that sounded very cool, setting up my own factories and my own fishing sections as well. Just gives me another reason to load up the sim. So I hope you enjoyed that showcase from OnAir. They are also here at FSWeekend as well, so please be sure to stop by their exhibit booth and ask them any questions that you may have. So now that leads us now finally to our third and final session of this particular session today, and that is from FliteSim.com. So it is my great deal and pleasure to welcome him to the stage, who's going to talk to you all about the different hardware that he has on offer today. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good morning. You are slightly better than my Zoom audience. Good job. Okay, so my name is Fabian Lim. I'm the founder of FliteSim.com, and I'm here to share with you some of our hard work, our solutions, and the whole ideas to help make flight simulation a lot more fun, a lot more realistic, and with higher fidelity. This is my resume. It cost me $3 million to become a licensed pilot, out of which 2.6 was a total waste of money buying a single pilot jet. Never do that. The virtual jets are so much more inexpensive. I learned that the hard way. Thankfully, my resume didn't come in, it came in very handy because I was able to translate my real-world experience, not the financial side of it all, which was not very exciting, but the flying experience and journey. And this is my global resume, having flown my jet from Chicago to Singapore, traveled extensively in the region and back to Chicago. This is just to prove that we didn't take a photo at the air show. This was a real flight. And this is a very remote location called Greenland, Nassau. Yes, the same place that Trump wants to take over. So let me share with you a little bit about FliteSim.com. So you understand our positioning as a whole. We are big on fidelity, and obviously fidelity basically has different definitions to different people. We totally understand that many people look at price value. And so our target here is generally the serious flight simulation enthusiasts. I know this is going to insult some of you. The segment is probably more prosumer, which is really the student pilot, someone who is already investing in aviation. So if you're a home cockpit builder, for example, you fly, you have a pilot's license, or if you're in academia. So we see a great opportunity to add innovation, not just to flight schools, but to high schools, for example. As you know, there's STEM training going on all over the world, science, technology, engineering, math, and we want to contribute our solutions into the field of these studies. Our milestone in 2025 is to get our units FAA certified at the BATD, the Basic Aviation Training Device, and the Advanced Aviation Training Device levels. And this should be done by June 2025. A very quick overview of our solutions. Our first launch was our force feedback yoke that comes in two variants, the COS 60 at 60 newtons and 120 newtons as well. They are exactly the same in terms of structure. And the reason for that is so that it's upgradable. 60 Newton customer can choose to upgrade with a heavier model without having to buy a completely new unit. Everything else you can read over here. It's quite wordy, but essentially we wanted to basically model our first yoke design after a full-size Cessna, which we measured, where the pitch length was 165 mm, and 60 Newton was actually the actual weight of the elevator before engine start on a Cessna 172. So for every product that we design, you will see that we do our best to design it to be modular. For example, our yoke handle is designed to be interchangeable, the motor upgradable, and as long as it's possible engineering-wise, we will do that. And all our products are backed by a 1-year warranty. Pricing-wise, it's currently at $899 and $1,299. This is, of course, without regard to Trump's tariffs, which is of no fault to us. For those more serious aviators, again, generally the student pilots or the actual pilots who want to use simulation for recurrent training or currency training, we call this. We have the FC50, which incorporates our yoke. So our yoke fits both the COS 60 and 120 fit the FC50 through that little hole over there. And in terms of modularity, the throttle quadrant is interchangeable. The FC100, a slightly larger unit, is designed for twin engine, and it comes with additional rudder trims, aileron trims, a trim wheel, circuit breakers, and again, interchangeable throttle quadrants. You can go to our website, actually, FlightSim.com, to look at all the specifications. Pricing-wise, the FC50 goes for about 2,000 USD, and FC100 goes about 3,000 USD. Pretty cheap, right? Especially if you sell your house. We have the G1000, and we have officially launched this. We are quite proud of it. Now, of course, there are other manufacturers as well for G1000, but as they say, not all G1000 feels the same, and you really have to feel the tactile feel of the buttons, the knobs, and the switches to appreciate or differentiate, I would say. For now, our G1000 goes for 3,000 USD, and it comes with an optional console which fits the FC50 or FC100, making it a complete system. Now, when it comes to force feedback technology, I must say that 50% of the magic actually comes on the software side, not just the hardware. And for that, I'm totally appreciative of our community of right now close to 900 members. I mean, these people are awesome. If you're in the crowd, thank you for being so critical and having high standards. So they have largely shaped our software to this point. And so we do take feedback very, very seriously. And in fact, this is a result of one of our customers commenting. And he complained that, opening up the software and clicking three buttons, one to connect the SIM, another to connect the hardware, and the third to connect the effects, as tiring. We took his feedback very seriously. But thanks to him, right now our software, which looks like this, requires 0 clicks. The moment you load it up, it will auto-detect the simulation of choice. And talking about that, we are compatible with MSFS 2024, 2020, Xpring 11.12 prepared, and next month we're going to be compatible with DCS. So 0 clicks to auto-detect simulator, all devices, and we also have an autopilot state that you can see on the top right-hand side. So when your hardware is connected to the autopilot, it will turn green to let you know that the autopilot is actually controlling the force feedback yoke. So it does move with the autopilot command itself. This is the interface. And again, we redesigned the interface from the ground up because we had fussy customers who were just unimpressed with our version 1. We took it seriously and they are complaining less. So, like all manufacturers, we have to keep pushing the boundaries. And here, I'm here to introduce some new products. The one that is, I guess, most significant to our yoke owners is the rudder pedals. That's a missing link to our entire system. And happy to say that we have our commercial prototype available at FSWeekend at our booth. And you can come and take a look. Not take a look, feel it here, okay? Wait, take a look is here. You have to feel it to appreciate the impact of force feedback rudders on your flight simulation experiences, especially if you're flying twin engine and you lose an engine. I guarantee you it will be a complete gym workout on a leg of your choice, left or right. Why? Because it's up to 370 newtons. And being a tight deadline project, we use double-sided tape to affix it to the floor because of lack of engineering capabilities at that end. And it has proven, the double-sided tape has proven to hold up to 200 newtons. At 300 newtons, it just gives up. It comes with effects. You can see the whole range of rudder pedal effects. And the difference between the yoke and the rudder pedals, that we added one extra called the engine thrust, which is really to have a lot of fun. When you lose an engine, the rudder pedals will simulate a much heavier force on the opposite side of the engine. And also we added an effect known as P factor. Those of you who fly single engine aircraft, you know that as you increase the throttle on the ground, you will need to add in right rudder, and we will simulate that using our software. Everything else is similar to our yoke, with the notable feature called interchangeable aircraft and heli pedals. This is crucial. So we now know that a lot of airplane pilots also like to dabble in helicopters. You particularly, yes. So in the final production version of this rudder pedals, what's going to happen is that you're going to be able to remove this toe brake plates and insert just the helicopter portion of it. And you'll be able to disable centering so that you can now use this rudder pedals as your anti-torque pedals in a helicopter. You're welcome. So Pricing-wise, I can tell that we're not here to compare against any competitor, but we are less than half the price of a similar unit, which is 380 newtons by a very respectable company. And pre-orders start tomorrow on our website. Sorry for trying to sell to you. Okay. Then all we need to do right now is to assemble all our various components and put it into a package that will meet or exceed the FAA standards. And this is our BATD. So it's basically the pedals and yoke over here, the FC50 flight control, the G1000 with the casing, a single engine aircraft model of your choice, in this case a Cessna 172 or the Piper Warrior, Windows 11 PC because it's part of the BATD requirement, Xprint Professional, and an optional table that starts at 55 centimeters, which is really the right height. Most tables are at 70, and your arm, if your arm is less than 90 degrees, then your table is too high. And most people fly, unfortunately, with tables that are too high, ergonomically incorrect. Now, force feedback stick base has taken a slight backseat because we have quite aggressive competitors out there launching products like this, and we want to be able to add value and not just duplicate the market itself with its price or specifications. So we are taking this back probably about 2 months to finally launch. The idea here is that we already have a prototype unit, as you can see. Everyone does this, right? It moves to prove that it's not static. We are looking at the specs of a dual model, 12 to 15 Newton meter, because we really have one at the lower end. And we're doing our best to be able to upgrade it to 25 Newton meters. And why is this important? Because we will need at least 25 Newton meters if you're going to use the same base to fly a helicopter. As you know, helicopters have cyclics, and cyclics are levers essentially. And you need 3 times the amount of force to fly a helicopter. Pricing, I cannot tell you right now because we have no idea as well. I wish I could tell you, I don't. So we would say it's going to be competitively priced for sure. Available in Q3 2025, if all goes well. And as a finale, I want to share with you a new software feature that I think would revolutionize remote flight training, otherwise known as the shared cockpit scenario. As you know, today you can already fly in a shared cockpit scenario, which means you're remote, not next to each other, and use a software and configure a 737 or an Airbus, for example, or even a Cessna. What has been missing is the actual feedback of the yoke and the rudder pedals. So you can share switches and all these states, no problem. Would it be cool to have 2 people flying, one in Singapore, one in England, the same aircraft, and when the pilot is flying, the pilot monitoring yoke actually moves as well. That's just one application. I call this the remote yoke synchronization technology, and here's how it's going to work. Each of the force feedback yokes, whether it's 60 or the 120, has to be connected to the internet. And our software will give you an opportunity to key in an IP address. And what this will do is that it will lead to real-time linking of 2 or more force feedback yokes over the internet. Now, 2 or more is also very significant if you ask me, because we're really interested in helping the high schools of the world and increase the instructor-to-student ratio. So imagine that we have an instructor with 1 CLS-60 and 5 CLS-60 units in the school or within the school area you now can have a student ratio of one instructor, one instructor to 10 students. And most importantly, the instructor can demonstrate maneuvers which will be felt on the student end due to yoke synchronization. So, benefits: more immersive, remote shared cockpit sessions for recreation, enhanced remote flight instruction fidelity for flight schools, or if you want to take lessons from instructors on the other side of the world. And of course, very realistic crew resource management flights, because both pilots can hand over control, my control, your control approach, and fly the same aircraft. And I think that's going to be something pretty cool. So again, the good news is no additional cost required. You just have to own a CLS 60 or CLS 120. And we plan to, in fact, demo this at FlightSim Expo 2025 in June. Other than that, if you're inspired by our mission, we are also on the lookout for global distributors all over the world, because we can't do this on our own. We want to tailor localized syllabuses at the high school level, at the university level, at the STEM level with our hardware. We want to incorporate AI as well, for sure, AI flight instruction, and so on and so forth. So this will be a large community effort. We have the hardware, we have the basic software available. We welcome your participation. And if you need to contact us, let's go to FlightSim.com. That's spelled FLITESIM.com. If not, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, FlightSim Weekend, for hosting us. FSElite, as always, for interviewing us and sharing our ambitions and dreams to the fellow flight simmers all over the world. Thank you so much, everyone.
Well, there you have it, everybody. That was FlightSim.com, showcasing some incredible new hardware and also some software, linking up hardware as well. And as was mentioned, some things can also be found at FlightSim Expo. If you're not aware of what that is, it's another trade show similar to this out in the United States. So if that is of something that you're interested in, then definitely check out FlightSimExpo.com as well for more information. But that wraps up everything from today's Whiskey session. We hope you've enjoyed it. You've seen some incredible hardware from some of our partners and also the OnAir software as well. But for now, we do ask that you now leave the FSElite Theatre. If you do want to come back for the next session, we will be having MobiFlight and also VA Systems as well in our next session. And then also following that, this afternoon after lunch, we have a FliteSim developer panel where we'll have PMDG, SayIntentions, Papa Hotel Scenery Designs, and also FlyByWire, PMDG, SayIntentions, and Papa Hotel. And they'll be talking all about products and tech in FlightSim for this year as well. So that's going to be a very interesting discussion. And then finally, this afternoon, we also have Meridian GMT unveiling for the first time some brand new exciting hardware that they only just recently announced. So throughout the day, we do have plenty of sessions, plenty of tickets still available. And if it does say sold out, then you can still come in and do some walk-ins as well. But for now, please enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you very much. And that's that. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the FSElite Theatre here at FSWeekend. My name is Callum from FSElite, and it is my privilege to be on stage yet again talking to everybody here today for the X-ray session. So if you haven't already been to one of our sessions today, then just to give you a bit of housekeeping. So once this session is over, which will be in about 40 minutes' time, I'm going to ask you to come down the stairs and make your way out to the left-hand side. In the X-ray session today, you're going to see a few presentations and also a video from one of our partners. The first presentation is from MobiFlight, and they're going to be on stage in just a moment. Followed that by FeelThere, and then afterwards we're going to hear from VA Systems, who's going to talk to you about some of their products and also future updates as well. Just before we do step into the presentations, I just want to point out that one of our partners, Flight Panels, you may have been given one of their little leaflets as you walked in today, and this is for an opportunity to win one of these, a Stream Deck XL. All you need to do is fill out the information, and then in a couple of hours' time, one lucky winner will be walking home with one of these today. So if you did pick up a card, or if you didn't, there are a few scattered around, scan the QR code, fill in the information, and this could be yours later today. So far today at FSWeekend, we have had some exciting product announcements from the likes of Honeycomb and FliteSim.com. Yesterday, we saw amazing product announcements from different software developers, and we're going to have very much the same as well today. So I hope you enjoyed today's session, and it is my privilege to now welcome onto the stage MobiFlight.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Marek, and today at the stage is Adam with me, also known as Mad Monkey. And we are happy to be here and bring you some facts about MobiFlight software. So, for a starter, MobiFlight was created over a decade ago by Sebastian. He wanted to have a way to configure and control his panels that he built back then. And in 2014, he decided to make it public as an open source software, so the entire community could use it. And that was the point where community actually stepped in and helped to shape the future of the software. Because at the beginning, we were able to control only the switches, buttons, and the LED diodes. And through all of the years, we added compatibility with control of different kind of components like LCD screens, servo motors, stepper motors, 7-segment displays. In the meantime, also, we added partnership integration. We collaborate with several hardware manufacturers, for example, Mini FCU, Octavi, and right now also with WingWing. So MobiFlight received a full native integration, make it easier for all of us to use it. Would you like to add something, Adam?
So any product that you get at the moment, whether you're commercially buying rudders, joysticks, pedals, anything like that, Leah Bodner cards, if your computer can recognize it as a human input device, you can plug it in and MobiFlight will pick it up. That way you've got one panel and you can use that for several different aircraft, and you can develop a different config for each one. We touched on the partner integration a moment ago. Now, with MobiFlight, you can start with an Arduino or a Raspberry Pi, put your switches on there, put your LEDs on, and then configure those to each thing. However, if you've got the WinRing FCU, there's a lot of buttons. There's a lot of LEDs, even more so with some of their other products. So they've very kindly integrated with us, and we've got their profiles built into MobiFlight. It's free. It's really easy to go in, select what it is that you want. This particular product that many of you will have seen is designed for the Airbus. However, through FliteSim.AI, community members have shared over 50 different aircraft that work very easily with it. Same as it goes for their EFIS add-ons as well, and the other products which we've already mentioned, the Mini FCU, the CAV simulations for those of you building your own FCUs, and some other companies as well. Now, one of the massive benefits to MobiFlight is that it's an open source community. So in 2014, Sebastian made this open source, and this is really where things started to take off. We're based on a hub-hop database, and for every preset in the various aircraft that are in the simulator, as we discover them, they get added. We've got over 60 people adding to the coding of MobiFlight. Over 300 people have contributed some of the events onto hub-hop, which gives over 36,000 events, whether that's inputs or outputs, from aircraft across the ecosystem. We've got some 130 aircraft within hub-hop, and these work with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, 24, X-Plane as well. And also with the FSUI PC, you can integrate with other simulators such as Prepare 3D. Can you move the next slide, please? There we go. We hit a milestone a couple of weeks ago of over 10,000 members within our community. It's an amazing community with several different disciplines. People come in from all walks of life at all ages, from the very young to the people enjoying retirement. And we all upskill each other. We share our projects. We share our ideas. So if someone knows how to 3D design, they'll give you some tips. Circuit boards, panels, switches, layouts. It's an amazing thing to be part of. It really is. We're going to have a look at some of the community projects now. Now, one of the great things to start with, a lot of people laugh when they see this. However, it's a really great place to start. When you first start with your simulation, you think, oh, this is great, but I've got to use the mouse. I don't want to use the mouse to integrate with everything. I want some switches. I want some buttons. And this is where it starts. If you see the matrix, this is the red pill. Once you started with this, you start to see the possibilities get more and more. So you can start with different layouts and decide, actually, that didn't work, but I'm going to try it again. Because you've done it on cardboard, it's not cost too much money. You can really do this on any budget, at any speed that you like. And then you can go to the other extreme. You can start making all of your hardware into real-life replicas. You're only limited by your imagination. The keen-eyed amongst you will see at the top right corner there a completely fictional radio and transponder system. I don't have space for a pedestal at home, but that's where I've shoved my little thing for VATSIM. You can put things wherever you want. These things also take a lot of money, whether you make them yourself at a high level, whether you're buying commercial products, and actually you may not want to have one panel for one aircraft and this one for another aircraft. So this is where being able to add those integrations for the different aircraft really comes into its own, because your one panel can now control anything from a Cessna to the A380 and everything in between. For example, this is a small version here, really compact. We've just seen a full-size overhead. This is a miniature one that's proved to be quite popular. If you want to have one button turn on 6 fuel pumps, no problem at all. If you fly in the A380, that one button will turn on all 400 fuel pumps that they've got, or however many buttons it is in the overhead there. And then it's really down to your creativity how far you go. Some great commercial products that are coming in that we've seen this weekend at an unbeatable price points. However, you may want to kind of go your own way and do your own little things in your space, in your budget and time. Or if you've got the creativity and the time to develop these things, our friend Carl from 737 Sim, I think this is about the third or fourth iteration of his cockpit he made, and 3D printing and developing it every time. You learn all the time, developing more and more. If you come onto our Discord, you will see hundreds and hundreds of projects, thousands of ideas, and so many problems overcome. In fact, if you've got a problem and you ask in the community, how do I overcome this? You'll be given at least 10 different answers, 10 different ways, and each of them more crazier than the next. So, what's next for MobiFlight? Those of you who've used MobiFlight before will be familiar with the interface and some of the developments that have been going on, and last year we announced that there'll be a new user interface coming. We're really proud to announce that Sebastian, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today, has been working round the clock to get it launched, and this beta has now been released as of early hours yesterday morning. So this new user interface system is there. We've rewritten a lot of documentation. This will help make the learning curve a lot easier for some of the new users to come along. Those who want to get into basic electronics or something a little bit more advanced, but want to be sure that the components they're buying will be compatible, it's all there. And we'll be adding further video tutorials online as there are many already. Now, one of the most anticipated products of the last 12 months, I think it's safe to say. and we're really proud to be working with WinWing. One of the challenges that a lot of people came out with was, if without an HDMI cable, how do we get other aircraft screens on? And it's only the one USB, very, very tidy system. We're really, really proud that as a community, we've been able to work together with WinWing, with the community itself, and part of that beta that released yesterday, your WinWing MCDU or PFP will now work with all sorts of other aircraft. So if you've got one, it can work with all different ones as well. You don't have to have one for each. Even with the MD-11, some of the older aircraft as well, that's all integrated. MobiFlight's more than just an open source software. It's a community which I've touched on already. Over this weekend, we've been running workshops where you can come along, you can build a panel, you can take that home with you without needing to do any soldering, or if you want to have those skills as well, you can do those too. And then you can join our community. You can then use different configurations, use that for the different aircraft. And they're running this afternoon. There's one at 1 o'clock and one at 3. Now, if there's any questions, we're just on the right-hand side as you come in. We'd love to take your questions there. And can I just say it's been an absolute honour to be able to speak to all of you today. Thank you so much for your listening and your time.
Thank you very much.
So before you disappear, does the audience have any questions at all for MobiFlight? Anyone?
We'll come back.
They're back. Or about hardware in general, because these guys are definitely the experts.
One thing that I would like to add is that MCDU unit from WinWing is fully supported right now, since yesterday, as we added this support in our newest beta release.
Fantastic. Okay, well, like they said, they're at the booth, so if you do have any questions that come up afterwards, then please do feel free to stop by. But again, please put your hands together for MobiFlight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. So, really, really hope that you enjoyed that presentation from MobiFlight today. Now, the whole purpose of being here at the at FS Weekend is, of course, to support the talented developers and also the talented hardware makers that do come each year to these shows to firstly showcase their products and also to talk to the community. One of the most exciting parts of my role at FSElite is I get to write about all of the news that come from all of our creators. That includes our software for airports, scenery, and also our utilities, as well as all of the hardware and attending events and shows as well. In order to celebrate all of the good things that come out, myself at FSElite and our team, along with Cruise Level and Threshold, just on Friday hosted the very first FliteSim Awards show. The FliteSim Awards show is there to celebrate the best of the best. We took categories that included the best airliners, the best airports, best utilities, best hardware, and even the best content creator. And we put it to a vote to the community. That vote then was picked by the community. We had lots of different entries. And from those entries, we then had a top 10 list for multiple categories for each of those different sections. We then put that out to a vote to the community, and the community then voted, and they picked out some of the best of the best. All of those different hardware and software people are extremely happy. They won little trophies, did speeches at our captain's dinner that was hosted by Aerosoft on Friday, and we will have all that information online as well. So if you are in any doubt about what is the best piece of software that you can get for your flight simulator, then definitely check out what you found from the FlightSim Awards. In addition to the FlightSim Awards, there is obviously plenty of more content that comes out as well. I mentioned earlier about FlightSim Expo being another key show in our flight simulation calendar. FlightSim Expo is North America's community-driven and largest conference, and it's definitely worth checking out if you are able to hop across the pond, because there are going to be more product announcements for that in the future as well. Now, whilst I'm on stage, I just want to quickly talk about FSElite and what we do for the community. At FSElite, we are the #1 news site for flight simulation content. We cover news, reviews, and much more. But of course, it is the community that really drives us. So please do stop by our booth later on today if you have any questions, want to find out a little bit more about us, or of course, just have any feedback about how we can improve and make your life a lot easier in terms of finding out about the latest of flight simulation content. So very soon, we're going to see another video from one of our partners, FeelThere. FeelThere don't just do flight simulation content, they also have made a brand new program called Tower 3D. We love flying in flight simulation, but of course there are very many different aspects to the world of aviation, and that includes the ground staff, our cabin crew community, and we also have air traffic controllers. VATSIM and IVA are fantastic uses in the flight simulation community, but sometimes we just want to man a tower and actually control AI aircraft as well. And that's exactly what FeelThere do with their Tower series. In just a few moments, we are going to just watch a video presentation from FeelThere about exactly what Tower is. So please, enjoy.
Welcome to Tower Simulator 3 by FeelThere. Tower Simulator 3 is the latest installment of the Tower branded games that puts you in the air traffic control tower at some of the world's greatest airports. From your amazing vantage point, you are in charge of controlling the movements both on the ground and in the air of the aircraft in your vicinity. The game can be played with voice commands using a microphone or via the UI tag system where you can click and select commands. There's a great variety of airports, from some of the quietest regional ones to the busiest international airports in the world, so everybody is catered for, whether you want a chilled out stint to watch a couple of aircraft or have a huge challenge coordinating hundreds of movements per hour. You can even play multiplayer online to bring your friends into the tower with you and delegate who controls ground and tower frequencies. Users can change the visual elements of the game using FeelThere's Mayo system, which delves into the Tower Simulator 3 renderer and weather settings. On top of this, you can customize schedules, changing what aircraft use the airports and when, and can even change the way your radar screens and strips look to make things more suitable to your controlling style. My name's Chaz Draycott, a motorsport commentator and YouTuber that's been playing the Tower games for over 7 years now, and FeelThere have entrusted me with showing you some of the game's features as part of this demonstration. A huge cheers to them, and let's push some tin, as they say. Hello everyone, you catch me halfway through a stint here at LAX, which is one of the free airports that comes with Tower Simulator 3. There's a little bit of activity and a few bits going on my left-hand side down here. There's a few aircraft lined up ready to go on one of the runways. There's also approaches and arrivals and all sorts going on the right-hand side here. LAX is a really, really good airport to sink your teeth into quite early on in the game because there's so much going on around you. We've got quite a lot of departures ready to go out at this present moment. So I'm just going to be controlling a few things here and showing you some of the different commands that you can do. For example, we've got Delta 837 up here. I want them to line up on runway 24 left but not take off yet. So I would say Delta 837, runway 24 left, line up and wait. And then we can just look at them out of the window. There they are. You also have these tags available, so I'll show you what you can do with those. We've got a bunch of aircraft ready to go down here, one of which is Spirit Wings 2445. If I then just pop up above the tower like this, have a look at them, you can see them there ready to go, highlighted in yellow. I'll double click on them, and then you get these options. So if you've not got a microphone like me, then you can obviously use these to choose. So you have runway, and then you pick which runway, which will be 25 right, and then you'll say line up and wait, or cleared for takeoff. There is another command you can add onto the takeoff commands as well. You could say upon or on reaching altitude, which the game lets you choose here. You can then say contact departure. That means that as soon as they get to a height, they go onto departure frequency and you don't need to worry about them anymore. And that's done. We've got SkyWest who wants pushback just down here. They're ready to go from their gate. There's nothing anywhere near them, so we're going to clear them for pushback. SkyWest 3518, pushback approved. Expect runway 25 right. Now at the end of a pushback command you can say expect runway 25 right, or you could just say facing and then whichever direction you want them to face, just to make sure. You don't have to provide them with a runway straight off the bat. Now I'm going to tell Delta 837 to get going now, so American 1674 is going to automatically wait there. Delta 837, runway 24 left, cleared for immediate takeoff. Upon reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. Now if you say immediate takeoff, they do it straight away. So if you've got an arrival coming in, it's obviously a lot better to do that than have them sort of get onto the runway and then pause.
Delta 837.
Once they're gone, then we'll get 1674 to cross the runway. You can also put runway crossing commands in taxi commands as well. We're going to give a taxi command to JetBlue 1463 down here. We want them to head to, excuse me,
3617 on final 25 left.
We want them to go to Bravo 3 here to join the runway, and we want them on via Bravo because anything that's coming out on Charlie from any of these parts of the terminal could get in their way. So we would say JetBlue 1463, runway 25 right at Bravo 3 via Bravo. And there you go. There's their route.
Runway 25 right at Bravo 3 via Bravo.
And now we've had Delta
JetBlue
take off, so we can get
1463.
American to obviously cross the runway. American 1674, taxi to ramp via Kilo, cross runway 24 left.
Taxi to ramp.
And they will
via
do just
Kilo,
that. So if you include the
1674.
cross runway command
Los
in the
Angeles
taxi command,
ground.
they will not
Skywest
stop for it. They will just go
3518
straight
ready
over
to
it.
taxi.
We've got an arrival in on this screen. You can see here SkyWest 3617 is coming in on runway
Los
25
Angeles
left.
ground, Southwest
That will also be
2108 with
apparent on
information
here
right.
on the strips,
Requesting push and
which,
start.
as you can see so far in this stint, I have not touched. The strips are very good, though. The strips are automated. You can add notes in here, so like Chaz is rubbish, stuff like that. But we need to clear SkyWest 3617 for runway 25 left. These circles are every 5 miles, so they're 10 miles out at the moment. And there is JetBlue on its way out after we cleared them before. Now this Spirit Wings wants to push back, so we'll tell them to face south rather than to expect a certain runway. Spirit Wings 816, pushback approved, facing south. Southwest 2108, pushback approved, facing north. Now you can sort of cheat the system a little bit and give multiple commands without giving the AI chance to read any of them back. We need to get another aircraft out on that left-hand runway though, don't we? We've got a long while before anyone else comes in, so we're going to tell SkyWest 6262, runway 25 right, cleared for immediate takeoff upon reaching altitude 1000, contact departure. And they're going to get going from down there. Now you can set custom cameras up on this game too. You can use WASD and shift to move around the airport, and E and F to, E and Q to move up and down. It's been a while since I've actually looked at the commands, but you could set a custom camera here, so when you just press one of the F keys, you go from here and then back to the tower like that. I've got a bunch of cameras set up, one to be just above the tower, things like this to overlook a lot of the terminals as well, which can really help you out. And it's great for plane spotting too. You can obviously look at the aircraft around the airport and just enjoy them for what they are. Hawaiian 3 Heavy, pushback approved, facing south. There goes SkyWest 6262 on their departure. And here is Hawaiian 3 Heavy, just about to push back from the gate as we cleared them a moment ago. You can also turn this 3D UI off. Obviously you can't use the tag system as a result of that, but it gets rid of the arrows and the tags above the aircraft if you want a bit more of a realistic and authentic viewing experience. And if you're like me and you love your plane spotting, it is really good to get some of these lower down cameras in positions where you can just watch the aircraft for a little bit when you've not got so much of a busy stint in the tower. You can also just stay in the tower itself and have a look around, which is a very immersive way of playing the game. It's the most realistic point of view at the end of the day, and it's very, very entertaining to do it from here. And you still get a lot of the ambient sounds of the aircraft and the busyness of the airport around you. You can pick up FeelThere Tower Simulator 3 directly from them. Excuse me. Or you can get it on Steam. There are also the real liveries and aircraft available from one of their sort of partner companies, Neargis Designs, who they've worked with together for many years, and they do a wonderful job on all of these models and variations of aircraft and real-world schedules for you to play with as well. As you can see, though, I've got quite a lot to deal with here, so I'm going to go now. You enjoy the rest of the expo, everybody, and hopefully we'll see you on Tower Simulator 3 sometime very soon.
Thank you, FeelThere, for sharing that video with us. Hopefully you enjoyed that. I know it's not your traditional flight simulator, but definitely if you're in this industry and in this hobby, anything to do with aviation should be kind of exciting, or at least willing to be looked at for what you could be interested in the future. Anyway, now we are on to our final seminar for this morning's session, and it is my privilege and pleasure to invite VA Systems up on stage today to talk to them all about their mission packs and the future as well. So please put your hands together.
Hello. Thank you, Callum. Good afternoon. I'm Matthew. I'm from VA Systems. One of the most interesting things we get when we come to these events is we've never heard of you, but we've been around for 8 years, and that surprises people. We originated back in 2017, and we started creating airline operational data for virtual airlines. And we have a massive database of, it says here, over 500 airlines. I actually think it's closer to about 700 these days, although some might no longer be operational. And we have one of the largest databases in the world for airline operational data. So it's been used heavily over the years by lots of virtual airlines. But in the past year, we started turning our attention to a bit of a rebrand to focus more on the consumers, more on the simmers directly. And this is where our mission packs came about. I'm looking right up there because it's the wrong side of me. There we go. We started creating mission packs inside Microsoft Flight Simulator directly using their custom content area. And we focus on schedules, routes, airport training, and challenges. And we were able to pre-program the aircraft with the flight plan, the payload, the fuel. So the user just has to click on something they want to do, whatever route they want to do, whatever challenge, and the aircraft is good to go. And these have been really, really popular. You may have noticed on the marketplace, we do release quite a lot of products. And that's because the demand has been so high. But with that has been some limitations as well. One of the issues and feedback we've had with our mission packs is they only support the default Asobo aircraft, which, whilst we wanted to support other aircraft, the simulator didn't allow us to do so. So we're a little bit limited. The other problem as well we had is the mission packs themselves, they're quite large in size. And that means we can't release the entire airline schedule in one single product because the download will be just huge, and no one would like that, especially on Xbox. So we had to break things down into different volumes. And that's one of the reasons why we have lots of these products appearing, because they're volume-based. But behind the scenes, we have been working on a solution for the past year, and we teased this back in FS Expo in Vegas last year. Wakey, wakey. There we go. And this moves us on to what we've been announcing this weekend at this event, which is the VA Systems in-game panel. It basically works like an iPad or an EFB. It's app-driven, so we try to make it so it's very familiar to how you'd use anything else. And we already have the Missions app, which is using our existing mission pack products that we have, which is about 500 odd packs these days, or maybe 600. I've lost count. It's been loads over the past year. But we're currently going through and updating every single one of them with a free update to make it work with our panel. And this is how we can enable those products to start working with any aircraft that you want to fly. You're no longer restricted just to the default aircraft, which is quite handy. All the information that we have available is presented within this in-game panel that you can access on both PC and Xbox. A lot of our users are Xbox-based because we target more of the newcomers, those that are not quite into hardcore simming and use other tools. So we really wanted to have a solution that opened that up to a lot more people. We've also been working on our new Activities app and our Checklist app, both of which we've announced this weekend as well, and they're about to release. There we go. The first one being the Activities app. There are two different ways this can be used. The first way is via airline. So we offer different airline packs, and this time it is the entire airline offering for every single aircraft, every single schedule they have available within the season. So we do summer and winter season packs. Currently releasing our summer pack, so we'll be over the next couple of weeks. And this allows you to search by aircraft type or flight duration or time of day. Loads of different ways you can try and find something that you want to fly that maps the real airline. We're also going to be adding in a feature so you can randomize. So a nice little button, if you don't know what to fly, click a little button saying randomize and it'll give you something. And if you don't like it, click the button again and away you go. We're also going to be adding in integration with SimBrief as well. So whilst these packs do provide the flight plan and all your payload information, everything you need to fly, if you'd rather have things fully integrated with SimBrief so you can pull that data down automatically into your aircraft, then we're going to offer that functionality as well, which is really useful. The Checklist app is something that we've been working on as well, and this will be releasing in April. Really fun thing to do. We wanted to do something a little bit different with checklists, so we created a dynamic and interactive system within the flight simulator itself. So we've created these checklists around different aircraft families. We're starting off with the A320 family, and we've also created checklists as per different airlines because they all do things a little bit differently. If you do a little search online for examples of airline checklists, they all have a different flow. They want to do things the same way. They do things their own way. So we've created a solution that tries to map those different scenarios and procedures more precisely to the airline. It will also speak to you as well if we can get the audio working in Sim, but it should work fine. It will speak out the different checklist item to get you to then be more interactive and give the response. It will remember how far you've got. So if you get distracted, for example, if your airplane's suddenly caught on fire and you can't complete your checklist, it will remember how far you've got and you can resume that flow as soon as you're able. One thing we're also going to be including is the abnormal flows. So when you do have something go wrong, we can provide all that information of this is how you need to prepare your aircraft or control your aircraft if something is not quite right. So we have all those in there as well. And finally, we're going to be including cockpit preparation flows. So if you are newer to the aircraft, you need a bit of assistance on how to get the aircraft into a state to do your flight, it will be in there as well for you to help out. But as I said, that's going to be coming out in April to the panel. One thing worth mentioning as well with the panel is they will include demo products for everything that we have as well. So if you want to get an idea of what it can do and whether it's the right solution for you, you can download the panel from our website or get it from the marketplace in the near future as well and give it a go. So the price is an interesting one. We always intended for the panel itself to be free. And if you download it from our website, it is free and will always be free. Unfortunately, when it comes to the marketplace, Microsoft aren't currently accepting any freeware, which is understandable. But obviously, a little bit annoying for us because our other products is what you purchase. The panel is just there to enhance the experience. So for that reason, to get it onto the marketplace, we are setting it as the lowest possible price that we're allowed to. Obviously, it would adjust based on taxes and local currency. But what we are also doing, as I mentioned, we're including all of the demo products in with the panel as well. So when you do purchase it from the marketplace, you do still have the ability to use it without having to purchase anything else. And even if you get it from our website as well for free, you'll still get the same demo products. So it's all the same. One thing we're also doing as well is if you do link the panel to your account on our website, we will give you a £5 off voucher from your next purchase from our store as well. So not quite what we had intended by having to charge for it on the marketplace, but we're doing everything we can to try and make it more than worth your while for making the purchase. So essentially you're not really buying it. So not quite what we planned, but hopefully we've done enough to counteract that. One more thing, a little bit cliche, but everyone seems to do this sort of stuff, so I thought, why not? For a long, long time, we've wanted to enter the hardware market. And it's not something we've done so far. But over the past 7-8 months, we've been working on our very first piece of hardware. Now, I'm not going to announce exactly what that is today. There is going to be a presentation where this hardware is showcased for the first time at FS Expo in Providence in June. But today I wanted to announce that VA Hardware is the sister company to VA Systems. You may notice it follows more or less the exact same branding. So we are working on hardware-related products that tie into our core solution, which is airline data. So I'll leave that out there for now. But if you want to know more information around what we're doing, please pop by our booth. We have a nice little brochure, although not many of them are left now because everyone's been taking them. But nice little brochure that talks about all of our product solutions. And if you want to try and force us to reveal more about the hardware side, feel free to try, and we might reveal little bits here and there. But thank you. I hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you very much. Well, there you have it, folks. That is the end of this session for today. But before we let you go, just a reminder of what's coming up after lunch. So in our next session, our Yankee session, we're going to have a FliteSim expert industry panel right here on the stage. The likes of PMDG, SayIntentions, FlyByWire, and Papa Hotel Scenery Design will be up here with me talking about future flight simulation trends and also new technology as well. It should be a very interesting panel, and who knows, maybe some of those names will drop hints as to what products we can expect from them in the future as well. So it just leaves me to say thank you again for watching here live at FS Weekend. A huge thanks again, once again, to OnAir, who sponsored our at-home section as well, for those people at home not able to attend. But please do enjoy the rest of the weekend, and we hope to see you again in our next session, which is going to begin just after lunchtime. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day. Is that my cue? Oh, that was a surprise. I only came on stage to put something down, but here I am. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the FSElite Theatre here at FS Weekend. My name is Callum from the FSElite team, and it is my privilege to be on stage yet again to introduce yet another session here at FS Weekend. Hopefully by now you're having an amazing time experiencing all of the different exhibits, speaking to all of the developers that we have here, and interacting with our community teams as well. We are hugely delighted to welcome everyone here. Thank you again if you reserved a ticket, I should say, because they were for free, not purchased. Or if you have just walked in, curious to see what our panelists will be talking about. In today's session, we're going to have industry experts on stage joined by myself, and we're going to be talking about the future of flight simulation hardware and of software for 2025. It's going to be a really in-depth conversation, talking about future tech trends, where the industry is heading, and also their perspective on things as well. Providing we have some time at the end, we'll be taking some questions from you in the audience here live at FS Weekend. So do get thinking, and if you do have anything, then hopefully we'll find some time to ask you as well. Now, before we begin, I just want to do a few shout-outs to some of our partners and sponsors as well. Starting with SayIntentions, who have helped make this event what it is today by sponsoring so much of it. So please do put your hands together for SayIntentions, who've helped make FS Weekend what it is. And of course, those of you who aren't able to join us and who are watching at home, please also put your hands together for OnAir, who were able to make this event possible for anyone not here and being able to watch our show today. Thank you. As you walked in today, you may have picked up one of these yellow leaflets as well. This is from our partner, Flight Panels. Now, they have very kindly and generously donated one of these Stream Deck XLs for one lucky winner to walk home with today. So if you did pick up a leaflet, or if you didn't, I do have a few spare hanging around as well. You're more than welcome to fill out your details, and shortly after today's presentation, I will be drawing up a winner, and then during the next session, our ZULU Session with Meridian GMT, I'll be announcing the winner of this Stream Deck. So if you do fancy it, please do pop along to that session as well. So, it is an absolute privilege to invite some of the industry's best and talented minds in the industry on stage with me right now. So please, from PMDG, we have Matthias Koch. From SayIntentions, we have Brian. We have Papa Hotel Scenery Designs, and we also have FlyByWire Simulations. Please, put your hands together as they join the stage. Just going to grab my paper. Well, this is quite the lineup we have here, isn't it, really? What talented people. How are you feeling?
Good, and I'm glad you pronounced our name correctly today.
Yes, I didn't hear the end of that last night at the bar, did I?
No, true. Oh, it's all good. All good and fun.
It's all good.
Yeah.
How are you enjoying the event so far?
Yeah, really nice. Yesterday was so incredibly busy over at outside of the museum, and today we had quite a lot of nice encounters with a lot of enthusiastic people, so really nice.
Excellent.
If there's one thing I've learned, you Europeans love your flight simulators. It is very cool. Yeah, very passionate crowd.
Is this your first time?
This is my first time at FS Weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a wonderful vibe here. Great, very exciting.
First time, but kind of a veteran here at FS Weekend.
It's by far not my first time. I've been to every single one. For me, it's a pretty personal experience because I meet so many friends here. But it's good to be able to talk to some, to do some business as well. So it's a two-sided coin.
Absolutely. So honestly, it is a real privilege to be sat next to you guys here, because without some of your creative minds and your talented teams, we wouldn't have some of the best products that we have within flight simulation. So it is great that we have such an experienced panel to be talking about what future of flight simulation holds. But before we do, obviously there might be some people here in the audience or watching online that don't know who you are because they're experiencing your products but have never put a product to a face, as it were. So we'll start down the line. If you could just do a quick introduction of yourself, who you're working with currently, and maybe about, what's your favorite element so far of FlightSim Weekend.
Okay, I'm Matthias Koch. Started at Lago when my hair was at a different color. Moved to Aerosoft, worked 21 years for Aerosoft. Now I'm working for PMDG and doing all the stuff that other people do not want to do there. The marketing, write manuals, and try to help people.
Welcome, thank you.
I'm Brian with SayIntentions. This has been the best part about this is meeting you guys, getting to know our customers, but also meeting you guys. This has been amazing. Just to really immerse myself in the community. Really fun.
Well, I'm glad your first experience here has been a really positive
We'll be
one.
back.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
My name is Ronald Fleurbay. I'm the developer of Papa Hotel, the scenery design, and basically I created this airport scenery. Not the interior of this theater, but everything outside.
Take it in. This is what it needs to look like. And with us on the stage as well,
it's going to be
please.
quite a lot of work to animate everyone sitting here in the theater, so it might take a bit of extra time.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much again for joining us today. It's
You're welcome.
Privilege.
Yeah, and I'm Philippe from FlyByWire, just a volunteer. These guys are professionals. I don't know what I'm doing, really. We built add-ons for Microsoft FliteSim, the A321X and A380. We have a whole team of volunteers around, so come say hi. And that's actually the most fun for us, is meeting all of you, our fans, that are very incredible and supportive of us. So thank you for that, and thank you to the others that are really helpful to us as well, and very helpful and friendly to us. So we appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you. So yesterday we had a different sort of panel, very similar kind of format, but it was with community members. And I want to start with what was one of our audience questions. And it was about how AI is really changing and influencing not just flight simulation, but obviously different communities and industries out there. But really got an expert panel here, and especially yourself, Brian, I'll start with you. But how do you see AI really being involved in shaping flight simulation, both now and maybe in the future as well, from kind of your perspective?
It's a really good question. One of the most interesting aspects of aviation is that everything is an unknown, right? We always start with a plan, and in aviation, inevitably, that plan falls apart, right? Something goes wrong with the plan, and that has to change. And I think one of the things that AI does that the flight simulation community is going to massively benefit from is being able to model the unexpected in ways that are unexpected, right? It actually finally brings that sort of unknown element to aviation so that we're no longer sort of pushing the start button and doing the thing and then pushing the end button. We get to sort of feel like the same way that a real pilot does when those kinds of exceptions occur and they're modeled in unusual ways. It's very, very exciting.
That's really interesting to hear. And I'm also curious maybe from the other developers here who don't necessarily have built a product all around AI, but maybe how AI can help with their development cycles or their marketing tools or anything else that you feel like AI does benefit you.
Yeah, absolutely. If I look at personal experiences and in our team, AI has helped us develop faster potentially. You have tools like GitHub Copilot, which you want to be careful about using properly, but it can help you accelerate your development. Same thing with generating media and marketing material. It can help a little bit with that. Even sound management a little bit, although I think Boris does everything manually and really well, so he doesn't need AI to improve his stuff, but my stuff definitely needs AI improvements. So I think while we are developing, I think, Matthias, you might be the same way, but while we're developing aircraft and we're trying to be realistic with aircraft, we can't really bring AI into the aircraft, because if Airbus, in our case, is not using AI, we're not going to use AI in the aircraft. Right, but during the development cycles and during the marketing cycles and writing documentation even can be very helpful there.
Absolutely. And is there, do you think, any negative side effects from using AI in any of your products? And
not in the products, but there's so much that you read online at this moment, which is obviously made by AI, and I'm really missing the human touch in something. If I see a completely new company do a press release, and it looks like it's made by Boeing, then I find it hard to read it. I can understand if you use it in development. I can understand it if you write something, you want to have it checked. But my goodness, be human and write what you feel. And I really find it a problem. And I see that percolating into the FliteSim, the community. I see forum posts, which are obviously corrected by AI. And a forum is the last place in the world where you should use AI.
Yeah, I think AI has the same thing that we had to do when the internet came around, and some of us are too young to really remember those times, but I was around when the internet became bigger and bigger, search engines started to come, and people needed to learn, right? Before, we had to go to the library, pick up a book, and we had the library telling us these are good books. They kind of curated the content for us. And then internet came about and search engines came about, and suddenly we had a world where you could find anything you want, and you could find a lot of wrong information, right? AI is the next risk factor in there where you need to start thinking and be critical about what you get out of it, right? You ask it questions, you ask it to write something, you get output, and you need to be very careful on how to use that. So you bring that, you need to be critical of what you're using it for. And I agree to an extent that in the FliteSim world, especially when we're flying airliners, there's very strict rules, there's very strict procedures. Relying on AI defining those for you is a bad idea, right? There's a reason why it's been defined by professionals, and keep it that way. I do believe in that.
Interesting. I mean, AI is just one technology. I think that's come a long way recently, but also we're seeing GPUs really changing the game, basically. You know, we've got these almightily powerful graphics units. We've got CPUs that are now even more powerful, and they're helping to make sure that our simulators look and run even better than ever. Is there any technology at the moment as developers that is either currently out there recently that gets you really excited, or that maybe you've started to use that you can see becoming a really strong benefit for future development cycles for your projects?
I don't really think that recent hardware developers mean an awful lot. Certainly not in Microsoft Flight Simulator, because the limiting factor is the Xbox hardware. That is what the platform has to, the products have to run on, or at least if you want to be on the marketplace on Xbox like we do, and that is the limiting factor. So you can have a 5090 spend the amount of money you can buy a nice car for. That's fine, but in FliteSim it would not really help you. I've got a 3060 Ti and I looked at one of the new graphics cards. Makes no sense for me whatsoever. It's Xbox. That is the hardware the whole platform is built for.
Well, for me, as a scenery developer, I honestly have no clue how to use it other than in Photoshop, the AI tools at the moment. But I could imagine where it could be really beneficial for me, especially time-wise, would be just optimizing, creating LODs for scenery objects. So as a developer, you can focus on the creative aspects. And what Matthijs was saying, putting in the human touch, the detail, the authenticity, of a scenery, and you can really make sure that the look and feel of a place comes to life in the virtual world.
You know, one of the real challenges with flight simulation in general, if we're talking about technologies that you know are sort of changing things as we move forward, not necessarily related to AI, but it's part of it. You know, the biggest challenge we have as hobbyists is it doesn't matter how much compute power we have, FliteSim takes all of it, right? And that will always be the case, right? When the 6090 comes out, when the 7090 comes out, flight simulation will expand to take all of it. And you know, one of the things that's come forward just recently, as the sims have been expanding, the capabilities are expanding, is the idea of saying, well, maybe some of the capabilities can be somewhere else. And you know, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 taking such a broad approach to cloud is a really interesting example of that, where they say, look, rather than making your computer do everything, let's leave more power for your computer to, and let's move some of it to the cloud. For example, the visualizations in 2024 couldn't fit on your PC if you wanted them to. There's just not enough compute capacity there. So AI just one example of a way where we can move some of this processing space off of the PC to leave more room on the PC for the stuff that we want, higher FPS, higher graphics, everything else. So the cloud, I think, is a wonderful example of a technology that's transforming flight simulation, even though it's not something we think about. And the fact that we don't think about it means it's working.
Right.
Right.
100%. And it's interesting that you bring up the cloud, because what the cloud has done is also enabled even more people to be able to experience flight simulation. I mean, the other week I was seeing a kid on his mobile phone using Microsoft FliteSim because he was using Xbox Cloud gaming. So it's really interesting, and it was a big conversation that we had yesterday, was accessibility now within the FliteSim hobby. I think it's fair to say that over the years, especially since FS 2020 came out, the market has grown exponentially. We have seen people who maybe left the industry come back. We've seen new people come in. We've seen kids. And I mean, walking around the museum today, the amount of young people experiencing some of this stuff for the first time is incredible.
And all because you no longer need €5,000 to get started in flight simulation right now. It's finally, at a point where it's accessible to, the general consumer market. It's wonderful. These are the future people who will be here
100%
soon.
And it's interesting as well, because Matthias, you were saying about how we have all these powerful GPUs and CPUs, but there is a limiting factor of needing to design to the constraints of a game console. Do you, as a panelist, think that by opening up the market to game consoles and the cloud, do you think that is hurting the industry, or do you think actually longer term that is going to benefit us all because it means there is ultimately more people out there?
There's no doubt that current Xbox hardware is putting some limitations on what people can do. We could double the amount of details in our aircraft, but on a fast PC it would work, on an Xbox it would not work. How much that would add to the user experience, I'm not sure. It will make better screenshots and better feature lists. If it would make a better simulation, I'm not sure. So I'm not too worried about that. It is. The hobby is not about the technical aspect. The hobby is about learn to operate a complex machine, and the computer and the simulator and the aircraft and the tools and the airports are just tools for that. You should never focus on the tools. You all focus on what you want to do, and that is have fun and learn.
Yeah, I hope that, even though they can't run the full gamut of all the different tools and capabilities and visualizations, I hope that sort of, entry-level compute world brings in millions of new people who would never have discovered this hobby any other way, right? It's going to be wonderful.
At this moment, you can buy an Xbox for €250 and use the controller and have an experience that 10 years ago none of us had, with systems that cost thousands.
Yeah.
And that draws in young people, and we need young people. Our existing customer base in P3D, the average age was about 110, and one of our actual problems was a lot of our customers were dying. So it's so nice to see young people getting into the hobby, and that is only because of that Microsoft decided to put it on Xbox. Only.
Yeah, and as scenery developers, and that goes for you guys as well, aircraft developers, you can put in so much detail into your projects, but it's always been a balance, a compromise of what to put in, how to construct it, and that will always be there. What Microsoft did was opening up with the console, opening up complete new markets, and the community has exploded after the introduction of Flight Simulator on Xbox.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think from our perspective as Fly-by-Wire, that's actually awesome, because we are a community-driven effort, right? And all of these new people that now have access to flight simulation on a cheaper basis than we indeed had thousands of dollars or euros in hardware, they now have access, and they start on an Xbox and they start playing, Microsoft FliteSim there, and they start flying with a controller, but they all get excited and they want to learn more, which is, again, one of the things we really want to do is learn more in this industry and learn more as a pilot. And as they learn more, they're going to go move to different systems. They're going to buy peripherals from hardware vendors. They're going to buy scenery. They're going to buy aircraft. They're also going to get interested in developing aircraft, potentially. And that's where a low entry-level solution, like, I got to promote myself a little bit, Fly-by-Wire comes in and can help them. You know, this is an entry point in if you want to help the community out yourself. So this accessibility that is now coming with technology and with the availability of more software is awesome for all of us, I think.
Yeah, and now you mentioned it. A minute ago, I had a young guy standing in my booth saying, well, how do I start? Can you give me some tips? And how do I start with Blender? And how would I create some objects? And that's really nice to see. A hobby like Flight Simulator. For me personally, I started doing this airport because I thought it wasn't a good enough version for me personally. And I thought I could create one. I learned those things. And what you say, the community will grow the more people get into it.
Yeah, and I think that is, you know, I was a kid, I played on a keyboard and a mouse when I first started using FliteSim, and then
me too.
The next thing I knew, I had a stick. The next thing I knew, I bought a new PC and add-ons, and suddenly that just ballooned into owning so much flight simulation content. And I think that's, you know, everyone has to start somewhere. And just kind of on that thought process of introducing new people to the community, obviously we have seen a big ballooning of new people with no experience or maybe a little bit of experience. How are you finding managing both expectations of customers who have been loyal to you, or in your case, using your software, you know, as it's gone through a development phase, and, you know, understanding what their expectations are, but making sure that newcomers and maybe people who just want to explore your stuff feel comfortable getting involved from day one?
I think it depends a little bit on the audience you're trying to target as a product as well, right? Some aircraft are designed to be very realistic, which makes it harder. Like DCS, if you're going to try and fly in DCS, you better follow the documentation very clearly. But it's about building a community and accessibility into the community itself. Like a Discord server helps a lot for people to find access and start talking to like-minded people, asking the simple questions: how do I get started? Good documentation, Matthias, you mentioned you're writing documentation. Good documentation matters, right? When we're releasing something, we make sure that, and everybody does that, we make sure there's good documentation so somebody new can come in and read those things. And I think, to use the VATSIM logo, it's aviate, educate, communicate, right? Or at least that's the 3 words in there. I don't know the order by heart, but whatever. We want to help new people get better, right? To the level that they want to. You don't expect everybody to be, you know, airline pilot level on a flight simulator. But we give them the information, the tools, and the areas where they can ask for help. And I think that's really important.
Yeah, information basically is the key, I think. Because what I experience on my Discord and getting reactions from the people, for example, links that is a bit of peculiar airports. The most heard of complaint is that the planes are facing the wrong way. They're not facing the terminal. And my answer is, yeah, they're not in real life either. They're being parked facing the tower. And then I'm sending them to my frequently asked questions page, where I've written the entire story and giving them a bit of knowledge. And they're coming back, wow, I didn't know that. That is quite interesting. And suddenly they're one of your biggest fans, while the initial email might not have been the nicest one.
Let me grab, I have a really fun example of this, which is the other day I was listening to our customers talk to ATC, and one of the things that I love about, you know, the direction the technology is going is it's making our stuff so accessible to, our stuff is so accessible now to people that it wasn't before, that I heard a kid say to air traffic control, "I'm ready to take off now." And of course, the response from ATC was perfect. It was, runway 19er, clear for takeoff. And his response was so funny. He goes, "Okay, I'm taking off." And you could hear how excited he was. And I just thought, how cool is it that we've gotten to the point where, if you're new, this adaptation of technology allows you to sort of slowly onboard yourself, but you can still be excited about it, even if you don't know everything on the first day. That for me was it was such a rewarding moment as I heard this.
Excellent.
Your question hits a sore point. As our aircraft become more complex and more realistic, we are expecting a person who goes to his attic after dinner with a beer in his hand and a lot of manuals downloaded from the internet. And you ask him to take on the task that in a real aircraft is done by 2 pilots, extremely well trained, not at all sleepy, half drunk, and still our customers keep on pushing us to the higher levels of realism, but that starts to demand more input from them, more effort from them, and that is, I feel a little bit of friction coming in there. There is the hobbyist who could fly a real aircraft in ideal conditions. They can come a long way, but pilots have a real job, a complex job. They get hopefully paid well to do something that we trust them to do. And as we all progress to higher and higher levels, we come into positions where we can't expect customers to understand what is happening. And then we have to explain. And there's not always time to explain everything.
Yeah, so I'm kind of curious about that. I think you're absolutely right. We're demanding sometimes a lot from the pilots flying our aircraft. I'm kind of curious if this is circling back a little bit to AI, is where AI can build, or we can include some AI assistance. Not perfect, but something that gives them the steps and hints and automates maybe some of that if they don't want to do every single step.
I would much rather prefer that we teach flight simmers to fly as a team with 2 people. It's much more fun. The hobby gets a social aspect. Oh boy. And that makes it much more real. That is a technology we will have to spend more time on. And I really believe that's important. We did it with ATC. We built up the whole ATC network. You can automate that like they do, but talking to a real person has opened that part of the hobby for so many people. So many people were about to leave the FliteSim hobby until the ATC organizations came, because they add another level of complexity, something new you have to learn. You get rewarded by doing it well. That is what we need, but we are asking an awful lot.
I agree. There's a strong future for that sort of, again, I mentioned that onboarding experience, but AI can help here so much in understanding someone's skill level, right? Where are we starting from? And then sort of guiding them up the path of being able to take, a very complex aircraft, something that, pilots spend a lot of time learning and make a lot of money to know how to do, and sort of bringing them slowly up that chain to, and hopefully doing it in a way where it's super enjoyable all the way from the bottom to the top, right? And that's something that I think is has a tremendous amount of future potential that just is totally untapped right now.
Everybody here in this audience knows the fantastic feeling of doing your first ILS landing with bad visibility, descending in the gray, and then seeing that runway in front of you. That is the positive feedback we should have at least once a month in this hobby. Something that suddenly clicks. You've learned something, you experience something, and it becomes real at that moment. That runway looks like a grey polygon. That doesn't even matter how beautiful the scenery that he does. At that moment, it does not matter.
I agree completely. Last week I was testing one of Brian's products with the community flying we had, and I had this amazing experience where we had talked about landing on color dots in the scenery, and for the first time I actually got the clearance to land on the red dot, and I was like, whoa, yeah, that's really, really cool.
Yeah, and I think flight simulation is full of those like cool moments, and whether it's the small details or whether it's the larger details, just kicking up the A380 for the first time and hearing those engines just like come to life. That's one of those wow moments for me.
That's why we all keep coming back, right?
Yeah,
every one of us, for those moments.
And I think this is why we all get so excited when big products are announced or even the smaller ones are announced, because there is something in this hobby for everyone. Not everything will always be for me or for you. It will be special to you for some random reason, or it could be for because you did a holiday there, or that's your favorite airplane. So thinking about these new people that are coming in, or even our experienced people, do you think sometimes our community maybe focuses too much on the wrong details, or because you have to take certain creative approaches to find a solution because there are limitations with SDKs, or because in the real world the aircraft has a touchscreen, but obviously our PCs don't have touchscreens?
Are you asking a panel full of developers if we think our customers ask too much of us? Is that what you're asking?
Basically, yes.
Or are there any wrong details? I don't think there are.
No. I'm more asking about, you have to take certain approaches to things in order to make it work from a 2D screen perspective with a mouse, keyboard, or a stick, or a yoke or something. You can't have full realism all of the time, and you need to take creative approaches. Is there anything that you've done that maybe hasn't been well received by the community, or things that you could pass on to future developers in the future?
Well, with sceneries, there are always features that people want to have implemented, or features that special sceneries that might be too small for a commercial developer to be able to develop it. All input is welcome for someone like me.
I'd say advice to future developers is, there's a lot of noise out there in the community, and that's okay. People are very passionate about this hobby. They have a lot of opinions, but my advice would be build the product you want. Start with that, and then iterate, and then work through it. But start with the thing that is like your dream, and then work from there.
And I'm about the opposite of that. No, I think that for what a lot of developers do not realize is that customers have an expectation of a product, and what you deliver them has to match that expectation, and that does not always have to mean the ultimate realism. Most large aircraft, you hear the flap engines, and in most aircraft, on an A330, you do not hear the flap engines. And if you make a Huey helicopter, you better make it sound whoop, 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 whoop. Even though...
What was that again?
It's recorded.
Exactly. Even though in the real life that was only an effect that under certain conditions, but everybody saw a gazillion episodes of Mesh, and that is why every Huey since then, even in FliteSim, has to sound like it did in Mesh. And you can fight that real hard, and you have to explain to customers that is perhaps not what the real aircraft is, but at a certain moment you have to be flexible and bend and do what people ask. If the majority of people want to hear that flap motor, and if they want to hear the fasten seatbelts ding ding on the cockpit, who cares?
Yeah, and that's why in a lot of cases we give them the option to enable that potentially, right? Or disable that for the people that want to be more realistic or less realistic. I think managing expectations is a really big deal here as well, because for us, we are developing aircraft as a community, and we're providing those on alpha stage, right? We're not delivering them as a payware that is feature complete or close to feature complete or has a lot of realism ready to go. All the systems are done. We deliver something in stages. We are like, here's the A380, and you can fly from A to B. You can do ILS approaches. You can do all of the nice things, but a lot of stuff, vertical display or whatever we saw yesterday on the slides, is not there yet. And when we were planning our release, we explicitly said to the community, don't expect everything. Expect this and nothing more, right? And as a developer, if you're going to develop something and you're going to give them early access releases, make sure you explain to your customers, this is what you're going to get, this is what to expect.
The 747 does not come with peanuts, is what you're saying? You have to let people know that in advance? Yeah, okay.
Okay, noted.
Well, so I'm going to take some audience questions in just a moment, but I want to just go down the panel very quickly. So imagine this time next year, we're doing exactly the same thing. What product or piece of technology would you like to have seen being produced or come out of infancy this time next year?
Can you also say something that should mature and work better?
Of course. Floor is yours.
I think we all want a FliteSim that works a little bit better than the current version does.
You took my answer. No, I'm just kidding.
I took all your answers.
Yeah.
No, I think it's a good comment, and I think that would be, most of us don't look around the flight sim community or the flight sim ecosystem and say, gosh, it's really missing this or it's missing that. I think what we all want is the next generation of what we have. And I think it's been like that since the 80s, right? Where, we look at what we have and we're always looking just over the horizon at where we're just about to get to. And I think, that's what I think we're most excited about is just the next generation of everything we already have. I look at the stuff we're doing and I go, my gosh, the next iteration of this is going to be amazing. And once it's out, we'll be sitting here next year going, the next iteration of this is going to be amazing. But we're never done. And I think that's the most interesting and exciting part about this hobby is none of us are ever done. It's never finished, right? That is so cool.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Anything for yourself?
Yeah, basically, I have nothing more to add to what's been already said. So.
Amazing. The next best thing.
Yeah.
We're just looking beyond that horizon.
Yeah, I'll come last, so I always have the worst answer, right? Because all the good answers were taken now, so it's on
That's why
me.
I came to you.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it ends with me. I got to look bad in the camera after I called you out. Yeah. I think, other than the answers which were perfect and I think are on the top of the priority list, and I agree completely with Brian there, the next thing is always what we're looking for. I have to admit, though, I've seen presentations this week about hardware that's coming, and I was impressed. There was some really good hardware.
Yes, more hardware.
And I'm looking at some of those things and pricing points and things like that, and I'm thinking the future is bright, not only on the software, but also on the hardware.
Also, some way for our wives to not find out how much it costs.
Yeah.
If they could innovate on that, I think we'd have it.
I started out as a 2 or 3 year old kid on the lap of my dad, playing with the keyboards, and then just to see the amazing stuff the people have in the museum hangar, that's incredible. And I really think that, if the technology with 24 is maturing a bit, we're really living in a golden age of flight simulation.
And it's funny you say that to end kind of this discussion, because that's exactly how we opened up yesterday. Someone said we are living in the golden age of flight simulation. So thank you very much. Now, I just wondered if there's any questions from our audience for our panels. Yes, right here.
I have a question to perhaps all four of you. Well, obviously, you guys are all software developers of different types, aircraft, scenery, AI, etc. So to all four of you, do you see any opportunities for working together in the future, perhaps? Any partnerships among or between you guys, obviously considering the fact that you develop different things?
Sure. I'll just repeat that question just for our guys at home. So that question was, because we've got such a range of scenery, aircraft, and AI people up here, is there any way for some collaborations in the future?
Absolutely. I spoke to him yesterday, and we agreed on some things. No, people always believe there's a lot of competition in flight sim, that companies do not want to work together. It happens, but there's not a single company here at the museum I would have an issue maybe working with. And I had meetings with everybody who I needed to deal with, and we've got many. We all work together. We happily work together. Even the freeware guys, if they ask for something, I will help them.
Yeah.
Without a question, really.
Yeah, we're serious about building out ecosystems, and I think that's the right word. Is in isolation, none of our products are all that great, but when you combine them together to create like the full experience, everybody wins and everything is amazing. And yeah, there's nobody we wouldn't work with. No, literally nobody.
For me, half of this weekend already was having conversations with other developers and talking about collaborations. And we finished a collaboration just now with the community fly-in.
It was wonderful. It turned out really nice, and we're excited about what we're doing here as well. So yeah.
And I think from FlyByWire, we are a community and a collaborative effort to begin with. So yeah, we would love to work together with everybody in this room, in this area, in the conference. We've worked with many of them as well. And I have to say, I have to acknowledge Matthijs there, where he's clearly stating that they will support freeware, and it's wonderful to see that, right? We're bringing free aircraft into the world, and the payware guys see us as well, and they appreciate the effort that we're doing, because we're all working together to make this community a better place and to advance that technology for the next thing, right? And making sure that we're keep everybody excited.
I think we have time for just one more question for yourself up there.
So just challenge a little bit Matthijs and Brian here. In the beginning you mentioned that what you're missing really is the performance or the hardware of an Xbox, right? So to put it to modern days, you have FliteSim 2024, which looks a little bit better than 2020, but now you need a Bitcoin mining rig to run it on 120 FPS. Do you think that?
I don't think that is right. On my Xbox, it looks at least as good, and the frame rates on Xbox are the same. And on my PC, it's 24 runs actually a little bit better. Now, of course, all our hardware is different, and you hear the most horrible stories. But always keep in mind that you only read on the internet from people who have an issue. If everything works, a person flies. If something doesn't work, he will shut down the sim, open his browser, and start to type in a forum. The perception is not right. If everybody who had FliteSim 24 was unhappy with it, every forum would look very different.
Runway like as a single polygon. Don't you think it might be worth to, let's say, backtrack a little bit and optimize so that?
I would say the minimal settings today, if you turn everything down, are 100 times better than the experience from 5 years ago. So I think we're moving in the right direction for sure. But I think as long as you have those sliders so that you can sort of adjust your experience to match your budget, then I think we're all winning.
But the other thing is, we always have been pushing the simulator to the brink of destruction. And if you're gonna up the specs for a console, then developers will find another way to break that console.
Yeah. Yes, very quickly, last one. Yeah. So the question is. Well, so for the
he has a point.
For the people at home, then it's a question about kind of all these complex interior modeling for airports and for our cabins and our aircraft. Are we losing performance because we've got those, or is it even worth having them in the first place? And I'll start with yourself this time, because
Okay.
I don't want to go last again.
Oh, thank you so much. I think, well, you start with us because we have probably one of the heavier aircraft at the moment in the simulator world. But the A380 is known to be a bit of a performance hog. We're working on it. I think, on to your question, though, we have a different audience depending on who we're talking to, right? Some people really want that cabin, and it's critical for them. Some people really want that frame rate, and they don't care about the cabin. They never look at it. So I think it becomes important to give the people the option and focus initially your development on the ones that matter, well, not matter most, but the ones that are going to fly. Make it sure it flies well. That's step number one. Number two is then, if you want to build a cabin, build a cabin. If you want to build a toilet that flushes, build a toilet. If you want to have peanuts in your 747, you get your peanuts in your 747. But make it optional for people. Make it so that if they install it, they can select something that says, no cabin for me, because the frame rate matters.
But even if people don't use it, they will still have to pay for it. Not in your case, but for the professional, for the commercial. All these things are increasing the production cost, and unless you make it all optional, which is on Xbox or an awful lot harder to do. Yes, it takes a cost. At PMDG, we are not exactly looking into flushing toilets. It's not what we believe the simulator should be heading for. Still, customers love it. So yeah, like I said, you have to adapt. You have to deliver what the customer wants. That's not always what you as a company want.
And basically, it's always a compromise we're making. People expecting more and more realism nowadays compared to the FSX days, and a lot of the new technological improvements made it possible. But we should all ask ourselves every day, is this really necessary? Is this improving the product?
Yeah. Otherwise, we're never going to get any of your stuff, because you're going to continuously iterate and improve and change it.
We would never be done.
And you're going to have an audience full of people go, well, when is it out?
Yeah.
When is it out? Soon, TM.
Soon, TM.
I'm a cameraman, a professional, and a video editor in my normal day job. And we have a saying, an edit is never finished. So the same goes for an aircraft or scenery.
Excellent. Well, honestly, I could spend all day talking to some of you guys, because you've just got such creative and talented minds, and I'm sure our audience has plenty of questions for you. Of course, if you do have any other questions for our amazing panelists, you will find them out on the show floor here at FS Weekend. But please do put your hands together for the incredible panelists on our discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that wraps up our session today. We hope you've learned something from everything from our conversation today. We are going to ask you now to leave the theatre as we make preparations for our next show. So if you are interested in coming back, all you need to do is exit now and then come back in through the entrance. Following this session, we have Meridian GMT, and they're going to be talking all about their new hardware. But for now, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of FS Weekend. And remember, the exit is downstairs and to the left. Thank you. Oh. Oh. Hello everyone, here at FS Weekend at the FSElite Theatre. How are you feeling? I have to say, considering it's Sunday afternoon and this is our final seminar today, that was quite impressive, but should we try again? Yeah, go on. How are you feeling? That is amazing. Have you had a really good weekend so far here at FS Weekend? Yes. Have you found some new products that excite you? Yes. How did you think about the new hardware that we saw announced from other companies earlier this week? Oh, exciting? Yeah? What about the software? Yeah. Anyone try the PMDG 777? Oh. Did you even know it was here? Oh, okay. Interesting. What else did we have? We had FSS with their 727 and their E-Jets. That was really cool to see yesterday. SayIntentions. I mean, this is their first time they've ever come to a European show, and they've been nothing but excited speaking to their customers and new potential customers. We had a panel discussion just now talking all about the future of tech. So I think overall we've had a really varied year this year at FS Weekend, and I really hope to see many of you back next year as well. So welcome to this session. This is our final session, as I mentioned. This is the ZULU Session. And we are going to hear in just a moment from a brand new company called Meridian GMT. But before that, we do have a few other things as well I need to cover. So firstly, just some housekeeping, the boring stuff. After we have finished today's presentation, I'm going to ask you all to stand up, come down the stairs, and then exit to the left-hand side. Earlier as well today, we had a competition to win a free Stream Deck thanks to our partners at Flight Panels. I am pleased to say that the winner has been picked. Ian McLeod, you should have an email and a text from me right now. So if you are here or watching, please do check your phone or email and then head over to the FSElite stand to go and claim your prize. Speaking of partners, there are a couple of shout outs I need to do before we proceed. Firstly, to SayIntentions. I mentioned earlier that this is their first ever European conference that they've attended, and they've loved it. But it was with their support as well for sponsorship that enables these sort of events to happen. So please do put your hands together for SayIntentions, who helped make this event entirely possible. Another one of our partners was OnAir. Now, you guys in the audience you're here, you're attending, which is amazing. But of course, there is a huge community still at home who are not able to come all the way to these shows. So thanks to OnAir, they've been able to provide sponsorship that has enabled us to stream this entire weekend of seminars and product announcements straight to them live. And it's been a fantastic show. So a huge thank you to OnAir as well for sponsoring that segment. So before I do hand over the reins to Meridian GMT, we do have one final trailer to play you from our good friends at X-Crafts. So please just take a look at this. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. These things happen. This is the first technical issue we've had all weekend, but the trailer is also online as well, and we will be sure to link that through the FS Weekend website as well. But X-Crafts, they have just released their new E-Jets for X-Plane version 2. It's a fantastic update, and they have plenty of things that you can check out. So if you head over to the X-Crafts website, you'll be able to also download a free sample of the E-Jets as well. They have a range of documentations and other great flight simulation assets as well. So if you're an X-Plane user, I would highly recommend that you check out X-Crafts and their E-Jets. Anyway, apart from that technical issue aside, it is my privilege and pleasure to welcome to the stage Nikki from Meridian GMT. Please put your hands together.
Awesome. Thank you all very much. I am so happy to be here today. I didn't know if I was going to make it, and we made it anyways. So not always as prepared as I wished. Of course, everything broke down just before the show, but we got as much as we could up and running, and I'm really excited to show you what we got here today. So, a lot of you probably know me from from Honeycomb and all the things that went on there. But today we're here to talk about the future and what the vision I have for FliteSim in the future is going to be. So strap in. No? Down, right? Yes. All right. Second technical issue of the day. There's nothing. Except this is in here. Okay. So first of all, if we talk about Meridian as a brand, then there's a lot of metaphors and emotional stuff in the logo. So there's 3 diamonds, and the 3 diamonds symbolizes community, industry partnerships, and innovation in the products. And that's kind of our core values in everything that we do. We involve the community in both decisions on and their wishes for products, but we also always reach out across industry and try to work with both competitors and in other categories to find a common way of making everything bigger than it was before. So just leave it at fine. So okay, can you guys just? So the idea behind the product of Meridian is that up until now, pretty much every accessory in FliteSim has been that you kind of, when you're a new simmer, you start with an entry-level product, and then, when you grow out of that or you have more disposable income, then, that goes on the shelf, and then you get a better product, and then better product as your spending increases in the category as you become more hardcore simmer than a casual simmer. And so our whole strategy is going away from that and then have a high-fidelity experience from the very first product, and that the product price is not determined by the quality, but by how many features you get in a product. So, you start with an entry-level product, and as you grow, then you can add panels to it, you can add different features, so it's the whole system is an expandable system where you don't necessarily put anything on the shelf, and it's all modular, so if anything breaks under or not under warranty, then that component can be replaced, and you can continue building your cockpit instead of having all this waste as you grow or become a more serious simmer. Then the other thing is also that most of the products that we do, that they have more than one purpose. So let's say that you have some sort of panel, and that's all you can afford right now. Well, that panel will be able to do 3, 4, 5 different things. And when you then have the ability to expand on your cockpit, then you can buy another one of those panels and set it up for that specific function that it was meant for in that position where it was. And that way you can, gradually go from still having a full functional cockpit, but where you have to do some compromises on, switching screens or whatever, to having a cockpit where everything has its purpose in its place. So if we take a quick look at that goes through, then kind of a little bit of a symbolism here in it that, these are all panels that are same but are used in different places and can display all of them at the same time. So this is, of course, not what I'm actually presenting today. This is where we're going in the next year in traditional FliteSim, but we have a lot of other plans. Actually, in total, we have 35 products on the roadmap right now, where the 2D design is done, and we're ready to go to 3D design and mechanical engineering. So, nothing seems to be working here. So what are we showing here today? We're showing 3 products today that are going to be our launch products. All of them are currently fairly far along in development, and we will have, I can't give you an exact launch date right now, but I can tell you that all 3 products will be available for demo at FlightSim Expo in Providence, Rhode Island in, 3 months? 3 months. Wow, time flies. So the first product is our flagship yoke that we're coming out with. It's called the Sierra Plus Flight Controls. And the way that our assortment is set up is we have 3 categories of products, and it's either the standard product, for example, that could be a Sierra, and then the premium product called the Sierra Plus, and then an expert level product would be a Sierra Pro. Now, I'm not saying we're coming out with 3 yokes at some point, but maybe we will. Who knows? So, there we go. So, the Sierra Pro is, and you could say, an evolution of other things that I've been working on in the past, where the focus on the things that people are really cherish about the designs, to take those and then expand it in different ways to take advantage of it. So some of the things that we've done compared to previous products that I've designed is we've built in a magnet in the centerpiece, and it comes with this 3M purpose, so you can put any iPad, any clipboard, etc., clicks directly onto it via magnetism. Then we also have built in, wait, is it doing it? Yes. So we built in 2 very powerful dual vibration motors into the stick. So that means that you can simulate things. It's not force feedback, but it is, a form of haptic feedback. So what you're getting is you can get like a bump when you land. I always find it really hard to kind of feel when you're still in ground effect or when you actually touch the wheels down. So it can give you a little bump. It can also, I'm sorry, I'm 1 page ahead over here compared to where you guys are. Then the other thing it can do is it can simulate stick shaker. And I do want to say that I might have gone a little overboard here. I'm not sure it's going to be that bad. But what's really important in a thing like this is that we don't overdo it and it becomes a gimmick, that it feels like a gaming controller. So it's still going to be a controlled kind of input that you get. And it's not going to be a replacement for force feedback, of course, but it is a very affordable added feature there is to it. Then another thing we've done with the product is we've added 50% or more pitch on the pitch axis, which is 45 millimeters. And then we have added 14-bit Hall effect sensors, which gives you 16 times the resolution we had before. So when I developed my first round of, well, it's not the first round, all the way, I've been doing this all the way down back to when it was SciTech that we ran in San Diego with Mad Cats. But my first recent yoke that I came out with, one of the mistakes that I thought, or mistakes is probably really the wrong word, but that was neglected a bit was that as a general aviation pilot, I kind of pushed towards where my comfort zone was, and that showed in both the throttle and the yoke that it was very much tailored towards, in functionality and features, towards general aviation. And so that's one of the things that I wanted to fix with the new generation. And so the yoke has a quick release, so you can take the whole front off. And this is one of the configurations that's included with the yoke. So it is a Boeing setup, 737. So it comes with, if this will work. Yeah, so what you have is, with the way that's set up is that you're utilizing the same button and switches in different configurations through magnetic plates that click on, and then you have different switch covers and so on to use it with them. So as you can see here on your right-hand side, you have your main panel for display units. On a 737, you lower display units and your MFD display. So it means that you can control your whole avionics suite in the cockpit. Additionally, you have your overhead buttons and your glare shield buttons on your left side. So besides from your nav, comm, strobe, runway, landing lights, and beacon, you now also have the commercial, that you find the commercial aircraft like runway turn off and your local lights on here. Where you usually have a avionics master and battery switches on the left. These are used for windshield wiper, seat belt, and anti-ice on wing and engines. And then on top, you have your master caution, master warning, and 6-pack annunciator panel, which these panels are all detachable. So again, tailored very much towards the commercial airliner. But then you can say, what about general aviation? Am I neglecting that at this point? Well, no, because this yoke is completely configurable. So, and everything you see here is included. So you can set it up for, in this case, a multi-engine general aviation aircraft. And now you can see the landing lights I have, instead of having logo lights and your taxi runway lights, you now have your fuel pump and pitot heat instead. And instead of the master caution, master warning, you have a chronometer that not only shows you UTC and local time, but also is slave to your GPS, so it will show either waypoint or destination arrival times as well. And not just a gimmick stopwatch that nobody uses. Additionally, you can also set it up for just single engine, which is very similar to what that's in the market now, and we still that we made before. But every single one of these configurations are included with the product, and not only that, the yoke recognizes which configuration you set it up to and communicates directly with the flight simulator, so that you don't have to go in and set up profiles or configure access or anything like that. As soon as you connect the magnetic plates that you want, the configuration you want, then it communicates directly with the PC and sets up. And it doesn't matter if it's X-Plane or Microsoft Flight Simulator or Aerofly or DCS. It works for all of them. And then I probably saw some fancy light before in the beginning. And so we integrated this ambient light, and they continue across all products. So it seems like that it's one interior or that you're sitting with. If you look at, we already went through this, but that these switches are GA instead of commercial aircraft, so I don't think we need to talk much more about that. If you a lot of the things that have been told at FlightSim Expo, at this show, and other places, we've been really, really good to listen to the community, I think, but we have been really poor at executing what the community wants, and that's one of the things that we're really, really focused on right now. And so one of those was that a lot of people have requested in the past that we create a yoke that can be mounted underneath your table and can be easily released and put on again. So we integrated on the table mount slots inside the yoke, which is also why you can see the frame on the yoke is actually made out of 5mm T6 aluminum to make sure that it has the structural strength to have that. And so we wanted to create a solution where it was really easy to take on and off, but also didn't bother you when you're using the desk for other purposes. So what you can see here is basically a plate with two rods that's sticking out, but they are under the table. And when you then slide the yoke or the throttle, because they have the same system, you just slide right on, it clicks into a lock, and it sits underneath the table. But you can just push release, pull it out again, and it's a normal desktop for you. Like that. So material-wise, the yoke will have, as I said, the metal frame, which will be the same as on the throttle you'll see in a moment. Then we have a leather covering, vegan leather, because we're good to animals. It's not because it's more expensive. But we wanted to really have a premium feel. And so using premium materials is really important in creating that extra level throughout the product experience. And so price point, even though it seems like there's a lot of new features compared to leading market yokes in the market, longer roll axis, pitch axis, metal chassis, leather wrapping, extra accessories to set it up for both commercial and generation aircraft, and we were able to maintain the price point of €299 dollars and 249 British pounds if that is your currency. Then we come to, I think, the product that I am the most excited about, and that is the Tango Plus throttle quadrant. So again, what I spoke about before, when I did my first throttle quadrant a few years ago, it was very much general aviation focused, with very few features other than the actual throttles tailored for commercial aircraft. And if you look at this picture right here, then you can say, well, then the needle hasn't moved much because that's still general aviation. Avionics, yes, quite a bit more modern than it was 5 years ago, but still general aviation. And that's true. But the thing is that this whole product is completely modifiable. So the way that it's physically built up is that it is all set up in different components, and there's multiple reasons for that. So if you look at over, is my mouse on there? Yeah. So if you look over here, this is a metal chassis or skeleton for the product, and inside that metal skeleton you have different components. So you have your throttle unit, then you have your panel unit, and then actually inside that you have an avionics unit. And the reason for that is a lot of different things, but the main reason is that, first of all, we want to be able to have the flexibility of doing quick changes or adapting to different types of aircraft or wishes from the community. But also, for example, I was talking to Sergio from HeliSim the other day, and he's like, well, can we put a collective in there? Yeah, we can, because it's modular. But another thing why it's modular as well is to make tech support and servicing customers that have broken products much, much easier. So in the past, if you have a throttle unit or a big yoke unit and something broke, then you'd have to put everything back in the box and go to the post office or UPS or whatever and ship that whole box back and then get a new box in. And not only was it very cumbersome for the customer, but it's also very costly in shipping costs and handling, and it takes a lot longer. So the way that the product is structured now is that all the main unit that have a risk of breaking, the throttle axis, the main panel, and the avionics unit that sits in underneath, all those units are different components. And so if a customer has one of those breaking, we can send one out that's delivered the next day. They exchange it, pop the old one back in our box, and send it back to us. And that way, we can have a continuous component replacement program so that people don't have to wait a long time for shipping, handling, that products are in stock. They're not up against inventory that retailers want. This is basically a set component kind of inventory they're doing, and it's just very easy for everyone. Then here you can see another setup where it's with multi-engine. So where previously the throttle I created had these rubber inserts for the axis that we weren't using, and that worked okay, but it didn't really give you a lot of flexibility. So the way that it works now is that actually the whole cover of the throttle is a magnetic cover that you put on, and that gives us variable axis length. That gives us be able to put detents in specifically to an aircraft, and a lot of other opportunities. But also, it gives us the opportunity to tailor a specific aircraft or a specific tuning of the axis to a specific aircraft, because even though this axis insert doesn't have any electronics and doesn't really provide any kind of feedback, then it does have a small NFC chip. And that NFC chip communicates with the throttle quadrant, and the throttle quadrant then communicates with the PC and Microsoft FliteSim and X-Plane and so on, and will configure every single axis specifically to this throttle without the flight simmer ever to have to go into any programs or configure anything, not even set up the profile. In the past, when it wasn't tech support questions, about 80% of people called for support was they couldn't figure out how to set up a new profile, they couldn't get the access right. It was always configuration problems. And so by taking that problem away completely, then not only, obviously, does that free up a lot of time to deal with other customer support problems, but it also eliminates the problem to call in the first time. So then, where are we? Here. So the configuration you're seeing right here, right now, is a single-engine complex aircraft with 3 axes, 7 rocker buttons, then our annunciator panel, which you can turn off, by the way, if that's not your thing, or pick another color. Avionics-wise, you have a Garmin-style modern, I think it's called DFC 600 autopilot, along with a standard comm panel and an audio panel. And then you have an annunciator panel up on top. And previously, the way that I've made audio panels before and that I've seen out is that it's a panel with LED lights underneath, but this thing is not. So what that is actually an LCD screen. And so there's no assigned warning lights or anything up advanced. It's all determined on the aircraft. So if a warning light comes on in the aircraft you're currently flying, it will assign one of the 16 spots and then illuminate for that specific warning light, which means that you will have any warning light for any aircraft you fly, and you should have enough. Well, let me put it this way. If you have more than 16 warning lights on, you're probably not going to make it back to home base. So then you have here the configuration for multi-engine. By the way, it looks like there is trim wheel on the left and the right side. There is not. This is cosmetic because there is still a tension knob for access configuration on the right, so we couldn't do that. But to have some symmetry and on the products, it does appear so. Then these are the 4 different axes that are the covers that are included as standard. So you have your single engine, you have your multi-engine, you have your Airbus with all the details that you'll see and find in an Airbus aircraft fully functional. And then Boeing with your speed brake, where you also have detent, and then your flap settings. And so for Boeing, there's basically 4 different settings for flaps, depending on aircraft. So 737 is unique, and then you have the 787-9/10, which is also unique. And then 747, 757, 767, and 777 and 787-8 kind of use a similar setup that you use. But that means that you need at least 4 different inserts for your flaps to have the correct flap settings for these aircraft. And so it will come with 4 little inserts you can adjust for, so that you don't just have for the 737 as you have here, you have for all Boeing aircraft as well. Yeah, and here you can see, so when we talk about configuration to a specific aircraft, then it doesn't just come with that general aviation setup that you saw before. It also features a fully functional, complete MCP. Currently, it's in a 737 configuration, but there are other options available also. Another configuration that is included is your Airbus FCU configuration, but we didn't want to just limit it to what we're making and what's available. So while you get it with the MCP, the FCU, and the Garmin package, then we're introducing something that we call the custom collection for specific products like throttles and inserts and so on. And so there's a growing community of small creators that sell the custom 3D throttle kit or covers and so on Etsy and eBay. And we really wanted to support that community of creating really unique stuff. So the whole system is built up around that. These axis covers and these covers for your autopilots or avionics panels, that we will make them available to that community at a complete cost price so that they are customizable. So we can deliver them wholesale to them, and we're not putting any profit on it whatsoever. This is not to make any money. This is only to give this community a hand so that they have better opportunities. So they will be able to buy these covers all at cost and then create their own. Like if somebody wants to make a Beechcraft King Air, then they can make a cover based on what we deliver. But also underneath our own store, we will have a separate store called the Custom Collection, and it will be a link through from all those different content creators' own stores. So it's not like we're taking the money or taking any profit, but we want to create a window for them to be visible, all of them. So any product that they send in for our approval, they can use the Custom Collection logo, which is the Meridian with a little bit change to it, on packaging, on websites, and so on. But also, we will have a shop on our website specifically dedicated to those content creators, and that money will go 100% to them without any cuts whatsoever. So hopefully that should give a lot of customization and ability to really fly a custom aircraft at a reasonable cost that nobody would even imagine a few years ago was possible, right? So that's really, really, really exciting. And then the last thing, seems like that was perfectly on time. I just want to say, this is a really, really light introduction on these products. We were supposed to have 3D rendered videos of how everything works. And of course, that didn't arrive in time. So expect in the next few weeks that we're going to provide some much, much better media for you to understand the capabilities of these products, which is honestly was quite poorly shown today. It was definitely not the way that I envisioned doing it, but sometimes you're not dealt the hand and given the ability. But trust me, there's a lot more behind this than what we've just shown. And then the last thing I want to show you is actually the product that's going to launch first into the market. We're pretty far along in the development, and that is our X-ray FliteSim controller. So unfortunately, there's no music on this or sound in this video, but it will give you a little idea about what the controller is. Is it working? Is it running? Yes. And so those flap levers are actually spring-loaded. So instead of having to lift that you do normally on a flat lever, it slides left to right and then into the next lock, so you don't have to take your hands off the controller to engage your flap levers. We're going to have 2 different versions day one for civilian aircraft and one for military aircraft, and both of those controllers are going to include helicopter controls and a helicopter faceplate. And, well, yeah, I don't know if that's so much. So when you look at it, I'm not sure if it's freezing, but let me pop in. I'm sorry, we didn't make it any further. But so basically every controller has a faceplate, magnetic faceplate you pop on, and in that faceplate are cut out for different aircraft configurations. So the civilian controller comes with a flap detent insert for general aviation, all Boeing aircraft and all Airbus aircraft, as well as hoist and water tanker, what do you call, ops for missions in Microsoft Flight Simulator. And for throttles, it comes with an Airbus type quadrant where you will have detents on as well as a generic one that you can use both for general aviation, Boeing, Embraer, etc. And then the last thing that's included is it comes with a collective and cyclic setup for a flight sim controller. And it's kind of hard to explain exactly how it works, but it works really well. And key is that from the very get-go on this controller, we decided that this was a complex task, and we wanted to make sure that we got as many people's input on this as possible. So we have had the Microsoft Flight Simulator team in over it. We've had DCS in over it. I've spoke to tons of communities to get feedback on what they wanted, and so this is the end result. And you'll have much more information about it in videos on the website in the next few days. But we're really excited about this. It's a way of giving entry-level simmers an authentic experience in flight simming, where I think that was always compromised in the past because it's usually the price points and quality and fidelity of the products that you have in that price range doesn't really give the best experience for a newcomer. So this way you can get a obviously not fully authentic experience, but something that feels like you're flying an aircraft, but you can still do it in your living room instead of having to do a big setup that your wife or your husband is going to be mad about that you set up in the living room. So just an easy way of getting a flight sim experience. So that's all I had today. We've got a lot more to talk about in the next few months. Between now and Flight Sim Expo, we will be doing a lot of new releases and information. So stay put and check it out. We're pretty excited about what we're going to be making. This is just the beginning. Thanks a lot.
0316 Zulu. Winds 220 at 50, gusting to 70. Visibility 1/2 mile. Heavy rain. Ceiling 200. Overcast. Temperature 16. Dew point 12. Altimeter 299er2. Expect ILS approach. Runway 27 right.
ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to Nikki from Meridian GMT. Please put your hands together one more time for Nikki. So that does bring us to the end of the FSElite Theatre here at FS Weekend. Thank you so much to everybody who has attended one or any of our sessions over the last few days. Before you do leave, though, there is just one thing I really need to do and make sure that we absolutely give it our all for our wonderful, wonderful hosts. And that is Yanis and Niels, who have organised an amazing weekend. So please do put your hands together, give a big whoop for the duo that have put all this together. Niels and Yanis.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think then first, the thing that I have to do is to thank Callum for his awesome presentation over the last couple days.
Such a good host. Thank you so much. Couldn't have done it without you and the FSElite team.
This man has been working tirelessly on organizing everything that happens here in the FSElite Theatre, and I think we've had an amazing show. And that's largely due to him and his team, of course. So, yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we are standing here as proud organizers of this event. I think, I haven't seen the final number yet, but we've seen about 4,500 people this year passing through our doors. And every year it gives me so much energy to see what everybody is doing with this hobby, what all the companies are creating, what all the associations are doing, and what is driving everybody to every time turn on their computer again and enjoy this hobby that we all have. I'm energized. This is exciting.
Absolutely.
And I can't wait to see you all back here again in March of 2026.
Yeah, I have nothing to add. I think it was an amazing year, and we hope to see you back again next year. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And that is it. Thank you again so much for attending. If you have any questions, do please see one of us. But for now, enjoy the rest of your day. Safe travels back to wherever you came from. And we look forward to seeing you again next year here at Lillestad for FS Weekend. Thank you.